Ms. Schaefer on the line to do the refinishing slide. Be good.
All right, welcome to the March 1st Historic District Committee meeting. If nobody said it yet, happy birthday, Portsmouth. There, I thought I'd get that out of the way. The board's actions in these matters has been deemed to be quasi-judicial in nature. If any person believes any member of the board has a conflict of interest, that issue should be raised at this point, or it will be deemed waived. I would like to make some introductions and a couple explanations missing here. On my far right, I have Joanna Landis.
Good evening.
Yes, we are missing Dr. Dan Brown. He's off going down White Slopes, but we have Martin Ryan.
Good evening.
And Reagan Rudig.
Good evening.
My name is John Wyckoff. Next to me would have been Margot Doring, but she's off enjoying sunny Spain. Then we have Nick here.
Good evening.
And City Councilor Rich Blaylock has called and said that he will be coming through the door any second now. David Adams.
Good evening.
And Karen Bouffard.
Good evening.
So both Joanna and Karen will be full voting members, as we have 2 vacancies. And so we have, I don't see approval of any minutes on this
February 1st.
agenda.
Yeah, it's on here.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, but it's under administrative approvals. My bad, I'm looking at it. So we have minutes from last month. Here's Mr. Blaylock now.
I just have one comment for the minutes, which is just a clarification of John Schnitzler, not Schnitzel. So
Okay,
it is a long name, but
Yeah.
yes, that's what
that's
it should be.
something that
Okay.
our secretary will
Yeah.
have to
thanks.
take care of. The other thing that I noticed is she kept calling him Mr. Brown, and I think after 40 years of being a doctor, that he certainly deserves the title of Dr. Brown, Dr. Dan Brown.
I'm going to have to recuse. I was not attended at that meeting, and
Okay?
neither were you. You weren't either,
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to have the minutes approved.
Oh, fine. I will move that we approve the minutes with these minor changes for the February meeting.
First.
Second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Okay, we've got that. So now we're into administrative approvals with Nick. First, I'd like to say that isn't the first one, 11 Sheaf Street, is that postponed?
Yes, until the April meeting.
All righty. So if we could have a motion for that.
I'm here for the 11 Sheep Street administrative approval, and I was unaware this was being postponed.
Well, we didn't receive, as far as I know, we didn't receive any documentation until this afternoon for this application, which is far past the deadline.
Understood, that's news to me as well.
Okay, that's why, otherwise, so the deadline, just so you know, if it wasn't submitted today permanently, if you did, you're all set for the next meeting. If it wasn't submitted,
I believe the email was sent yesterday, but
okay,
my first HDC meeting.
yeah, the deadline's last week to get it in. Okay, sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So we set for next week.
No, next month.
Yeah. All righty. So we, did we vote on that?
No, but I'll move that we postpone 11 Sheaf Street to next month.
Okay.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? We have a couple other postponements. I might as well get to it while I can say the word here. Request to postpone Christopher Daniel Freud, 37 Prospect Street. Do we know when that is postponed?
Next month.
Next month, okay. Looking for a motion on that.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And against. Okay, I think that because one person cannot vote on 15, administrative approval 15, which is 64 Vaughn Street. Nick, if you could read that one first.
John, I'm sorry, I'm out on number 8.
Number 8?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
we'll do that one too.
pull that one out.
Yep.
Well, 64 Vaughn, this is an application that's been before us recently, and there were a couple of stipulations regarding the shed roof over the Dr. Brown's clubhouse. The roof appurtenance to get onto the roof deck, there was a request to extend the roof line over the exit and egress doors. And there was a second stipulation to modify the shape and design of the stairwell at the opposite end of the roof deck. So I think Mark Moeller, I don't know if you're here for that, Mark? Yep, maybe he could fill in any blanks. And I can pull up the drawings, Mark.
Good evening, Mark Muller from JSA Design, representing the applicant Novocure. I can point out the two stipulations that Nick was just referencing. The center overbuild, yes, the stair and elevator enclosure. The intent was, or the request was to add, to extend shed roof pitch a little bit further over the doors. We have a door leading from the elevator lobby to the roof deck. And what had happened is that literally the same week we had that last hearing, we had made some internal design modifications based on owner's request. And it adjusted the solution a bit. It didn't change the nature of the request and the solution, but what it did is it extended the width of the shed as you had last seen it, and I think it's best seen exactly right there. So what we did is that we extended the shed so it is essentially symmetrical relative to the deck. So as one is looking at that overbuild, the left and right sides will now match, and you'll have a series of supporting brackets that support the tail, if you will, of this extended shed.
Okay. And the
There's some
stairwell?
pictorials at the end, axons, that probably show it best, but you can see, yeah, exactly. Nick is pointing to the extended piece there. And then we also adjusted the stair that Nick is circling right now. It was a very asymmetrical elevation as seen from the Von Mall side, and it was basically mimicking the shape of the headroom in the stair itself, coming up from the fourth floor up onto the roof. And we've simply created a more symmetrical, again, mass that tends to balance the symmetry of the overbuild at the other side of the roof deck. Made it a bit simpler. And essentially, those are the two massing adjustments that were made. There was a subtle change to the footprint of the deck itself, and it really is just a byproduct of that simplification to that second egress stair, of just infilling a corner. And the reason we included these, we just wanted to make certain that that adjustment that we made to that second egress stair, the one that's closest to Von Mall, because we did increase the mass of that closest to the Worth lot side. We included these just to confirm that in that same view, even though we raised that corner, it's still not visible from this vantage point within the lot. So those were included to.
Is there anything else, or is?
Well, the last piece was just a subtle material adjustment, and it's very subtle, but the pediment portion of the dormer that you see on the overbuild in the center, we've just infilled that pediment with the same material. It's essentially the roof shingle material. It's being treated the same way that all the other dormers that you see around the mansard have been treated. So that's the nature of those changes.
Thank you very much. Any questions for him, or any?
Where are the shingles being used? This looks like a clapboard finish here.
Yeah.
That's the older,
Oh, thanks. Down here, then.
yeah. I'm going to point.
Wait, yeah, where is it? It was up here,
there.
right? Yeah, just in the, okay.
Did you get that, Nick?
I got it. Thanks for doing that.
Okay, if we have no other questions, let's have a motion.
Sure.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? There you go. Now we're going to do number 8.
70 Court Street? Okay. 70 Court Street. Right. Sorry. Wait. 70 Court Street is the mounting of, I believe, 6 condensing units on the side of this building. This building, that 70 Court Street, was in front of us not that long ago for the renovation and conversion, I think, to an inn is the proposed use. And just through happenstance, I went through the building last week and ran into the building inspector and the general contractor, or somebody related to the general contractor, who was explaining this application, which I had not yet reviewed. And when they described these units being stacked, which is not what's shown in the application, it's described. I'm just going to pull it up. So this is what's on the building today. If you look at the screen, this red circle shows what's there. This is what is proposed, but what's proposed is times 2. Two rows of 3 is what they're describing there. And we had a conversation. I went outside with the building inspector and the person I was speaking with.
Windows.
And it seemed far more appropriate, given that CMU block foundation, which isn't beautiful, is relatively prominent down the side, that these 6 units would be better going towards the back of the building than crawling up the wall over the mud board onto the clapboards, because it's about 8 feet to the top of the second row. So I think they agreed to do that. There's probably somebody in the audience that can confirm that, but I think it's a better solution. And the other aspect was putting a couple of plants in front of the first unit on the Court Street side.
And introduce yourself, too, please.
Andrew Simonis, and part of Davenport LLC. And so, yes, that is accurate, Nick. And we certainly agree, if that is the pleasure of the board, to have them in a horizontal fashion on the side of the building at ground level rather than the vertical, then we can certainly do that. They're 32 inches wide. There's about 12 inches in between each unit and 6 units in a horizontal line. And so those will be placed on a concrete pad. And if that's what we'd like to do, and that's if that's the direction you want to go in, we can certainly submit a drawing of that following the approval, and we're happy to do that.
Questions?
Makes sense.
Okay, good. So I would suggest, if there aren't more questions, are there more questions?
About the line.
David?
One thing that has not been mentioned, the lines
It's already
from
set
these,
in the foundation.
it's
already
going
in
through the
place.
foundation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, right?
Correct. And
Saw it, but-
there's a small lip to hide them underneath the
Right, so that
base of the
the main feed goes in the foundation, the CMU block, not any of the clabs or the mud board. What you're describing are the line feeds that get to the penetration point into the building, and they're going to tuck up underneath the mud board. For some reason, has about a 4 or 4.5 inch shelf protruding over those CMU blocks, so they can run all the conduit up underneath that.
Really?
Yeah, you can stick all your fingers under there, so it's good. So I would suggest the stipulation be that the 6 units be horizontally placed. I'm guessing you're going to have to step your concrete pads,
Correct.
because that's falling away, that slope,
Yeah, and
as you go down the building, so you probably have 2 units on each pad perhaps, or each pad is each unit, because they're going to be 18 inches off the ground for the snow. Anyway, I want to make sure the stipulation's worded properly so they don't have to come
I
back.
understand that. There's
So-
also the matter of shut-offs. Each one of these units has to have an exterior shut-off.
Well,
it's on the unit
It's
itself.
on the unit, right?
It is on the unit.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's nothing, no power supply that has a shut-off?
No,
Like a
that's-
circuit breaker right there, double 30 or whatever?
It's internal.
It's internal. Very good.
So I would suggest that stipulation be something like the 6 proposed units shall be placed horizontally behind the second window from Court Street towards the rear of the building, and landscape be added in front of the first unit.
Is that what we're doing for shielding?
I think it will work. That's my opinion of one.
Yeah.
You certainly don't want to build a screen around 6 of them. I
No,
don't,
you really just want to
just
block the front.
soften the edge.
Doesn't look like really good soil, though. What
it's-
is it?
It's crushed gravel.
Yeah, they're going to have to.
So it stands to be improved anyway,
Now
and
you're going to have to improve it.
All right, I move that we approve this with the stipulations that Nick just read.
Second?
All right, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Now we've got a number to.
Thanks for taking the lead on that one, Nick.
Just luck, I got there. Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Andrew.
Okay.
Where do you want to go? Anybody else have anything you want to pull out because you can't vote? Okay, so we'll start at 15 Congress. Go back to the top. 15 Congress. This is an awning removal over the, let me get it. Pull it up.
Come on, baby.
Sorry. Removal of existing awning, that's basically it. They are going to replace the awning with a sign, but the sign, we're not sure yet whether the sign, they'd like to have a 3-dimensional sign out here. I'm just going to tell you in case it comes back. It's another one of those inserting myself into the application. So they're removing the existing awning for the Thirsty Moose, which they have a right to do if you guys agree to take the awning off, because it's not being replaced with an awning. The sign that you see in their application meets the sign requirements. What they'd like to do, in addition to that flat wall sign that you see in the image, is have a 3-dimensional beer mug stick off the building with the Thirsty Moose on it. Presumably their logo. And they have a right to add that on, but
Like on Market Street.
yeah, I mean, yeah, and you know, one of the things we discovered, I guess some of us discovered and some of us already knew, was that when we did the design guidelines and developed the sign section, Portsmouth is pretty unique in having these really cool 3-dimensional signs in many of our downtown businesses. So they had a lot of interest to the building. I'm sure some of them are better than others, but we have a lot of really good 3-dimensional signs. So these guys, to get a 3-dimensional beer mug with their logo on it, are likely going to be over the limit for how big that object can be. And if it works, I'm encouraging them to go to the Board of Adjustment and get
Okay.
that relief, and then they need to come back here so you'd see it.
Okay.
Just sort of FYI.
Why are you assuming it's going to be over the limit?
But they've already shown us what the size would be, and it's a few square feet over what's allowed.
Sorry, I missed
They're
that.
tricky to measure, and I'm not sure our ordinance does a very good job, because a lot of our 3-dimensional signs are way over what's allowed, and they seem just fine. So
So we're actually
you're just doing the awning.
we're just doing the awning, and we're not doing Thirsty Moose Tap House?
Nope.
No, okay, good. Just the awning.
Can I just ask a question? It looks like they're taking over the side, they're taking over the business to
The middle one, yep, the middle.
and that's not part of this application, what they're going to do to change entrances and things like that?
No, if they are changing entrances, which I don't know, they would need to come back here.
Okay.
This is
Just a
simply to
sign.
remove those 2 awnings you see on the screen, and that's it.
Good call, Martin. Moving right along.
Okay, sorry. Tricky here. 57 Salter. This is another mechanical piece of equipment here. I'm guessing this has already been installed. It looks pretty new. I did not get to the site. for a variety of reasons. I can't believe this is visible from many places.
The caption says the existing condenser shown, proposed condenser in the same area.
Wow,
So I
that
guess
looks
they-
pretty new.
It does. Guess they need a
So,
different one.
okay, well, knowing that's the location, and that it sits back here where this little red dot is, I think we're all most of us are familiar with the property from this application and doing our site walk, that is not a visible location. That the only thing that's missing here is a screen, and I'm not sure they need one myself.
Yeah. I'm surprised on what it's sitting on, but that's got nothing to do with us.
Yeah, that's
Looks
a
like
lot
a
of them
couple-
are sitting on that.
Looks like a couple 4-foot ladder extensions.
That's what they come with.
That's how they get
It's
mounted.
remarkable they stand like that, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, anything with that? Keep moving? Okay, why don't we go through the ones that I thought were easier and leave the TBDs, because I think there are some presenters here, and 60 Penn Hollow's got a few,
Okay.
if that works. So we'll go to 63 Islington Street, which is a new glass storefront. I'm guessing what happened here is somebody drove into it. So they're proposing to replace that glass and not alter the existing appearance of, it seems.
I know, and it's too bad that they would not use this as an opportunity to at least put in a classic storefront that would go with the age of the building. And that building's probably darn close to 100 years old now, but say la vie,
Okay,
they have a right to replace it.
so let's go to Rock Street. We've got another HVAC condenser this one has some feeds going up, has a screen on the ground proposed as shown in the application. Wow, hang on, I have to zoom in on that. The line set is proposed to go in the corner, which is a good spot to put it. I'm trying to see on that. They had submitted a preliminary application and had that line set off the corner, and I proposed to put it in the corner. But it clearly can't terminate where the yellow line stops, can it?
Doesn't seem like it should.
No.
I'm not seeing it.
If you look at the screen,
There's a yellow.
there's a
line.
yellow, look at this,
Okay.
look at the big screen up
Yes.
here. There's a yellow line that stops right here, so I guess what's unclear to me is where they're going from there. Is nobody in the audience for this, Rock Street? Yes?
Yeah.
Question? No, you'd have to go to the mic if you're gonna. Are you related to this application?
So you just went by the one that I was here for, 63?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, all right.
Hi, my name is John Staples. I'm here to, for the 63 Islington Street property.
Yep.
I just wanted to follow up on that, whether or not, is that something that is approved, or?
Yeah, we have to go through them all. It sounds
Okay.
like it will be approved because
Sure,
no
no,
one had
that's-
issue with it.
Okay, so.
All right, sorry, I didn't
Yeah, no
recognize.
worries. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, sorry, back to Rock Street. Let me see if it's in the writing. Did anyone go through here and see where that might terminate based on the writing?
Well,
Run the wire, okay, run the lines on the interior of the building up to the point of the floor of our new unit, then we would run it onto the corner trim of the recessed side of the building. So it sounds like they've got an interior chase. Why
Yeah.
don't we just approve it as shown, and if I'm wrong, they'll come back to show where it's going to penetrate outside the yellow line. Is that okay?
as long as it is painted,
Painted to match the
Whatever
corner.
trim it's on,
yeah.
the
All right,
corner.
give me a
Yep.
10 seconds to write that down. What number are we on? Set? What?
God only knows now.
What, 5?
7.
6, thank you. Okay. Let's leave 303 Pleasant, go to 44 Gardner. This is one that's been before us several times, and I think it was a stipulation that the deck and railing be detailed before they do the work. So we've got a sketch of the railing system and the decking, which is a composite material. Red cedar, let's see here.
Okay. Is this metal railing?
Painted wood railing details. Okay, so those are cedar boards.
Is this the brick building?
No, the 44 Gardner is.
You skipped over
What did I do?
303 Pleasant Street.
No, I know I did
Oh, okay,
intentionally.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm doing things half right. So it's the deck material and the roof deck as shown, and that was a stipulation on the prior approval.
Yep.
Okay, so the next one on my list,
Are we, excuse me.
We are skipping.
Are we supposed to know, I mean, the materials look great, but
supposed to know what? Say
how
it.
they're applied and what they look like and where they go, and
Well, we had a plan in the original approval that showed where the deck was, and I guess it
Okay.
wasn't resubmitted. There was a stipulation, I apologize for not making that clear. This was previously approved,
Okay.
and what was lacking in that application was the material and
Say no more.
and the dimensions of the railing. Apologies. What do you,
What's the address on that?
the one we're talking about? 44 Gardner.
I do remember.
Okay. Let's keep going. So, let's do 45 Richmond. Again, these are the ones that I think are relatively straightforward. 45 Richmond is again a project that we've approved everything on except for the details on the greenhouse that were on this plan as previously approved, and that they're proposing to change the size of the greenhouse. That's it. So we had the materials and the details. They're just changing the size to 10 by 10, which I guess conforms to what the manufacturer's specifications are for the greenhouse. So all the elevations are included in here, but this greenhouse was previously approved. I don't recall the previous dimension, but it was not 10 by 10. Probably wasn't that different. Are we good?
Can we just clarify the finish of the glass, that it's not mirrored
Sure. You stipulate that, and that would be number 11.
glass?
Yeah. What, low E, or what's?
Yeah, it's
As long as
spec
it's
here-
not,
Well, she probably hasn't, it's better to write it down anyway.
It's spec'd as low E tempered safety over
Okay.
clear.
So that's going to do it. It's already,
White, a white framework.
yeah.
Yep.
So there wouldn't need to be a stipulation. That's already going to be a low reflectivity.
It's in the order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So no stipulation for that one. Any other questions on Richmond? All right, let's go to Bow Street. And I did ask, I don't know if anybody's here from Bow Street. If you're here, wave your hand. But I did ask Isaac to contact the applicant just to make sure we know exactly. Oh, no, this is, hang on, sorry. Which one have I got up here? 2 Bow. Oops. Hang on. It's a problem when you got 15 of these.
Yeah. It's the problem when I can't get to individual ones.
All right. And your staple falls out. Okay, they're seeking approval for a new exterior facade trim, replacing the wood, oh yeah, this is the one with the panels, going to a PVC painted to match the existing trim. Sorry, it's not a mechanical, it's the panels at the bottom.
Underneath the windows?
Right here, you can, if you look at the big screen, you can see the panels where they've, I'm sure they've got some soft wood there, given the location on the ground, but
Oh, sure.
everybody else does too. But that's what they're proposing.
So it's just those 2 panels under the window?
I think there are 4.
Yeah, if you go up to the top, there are 4.
Okay, yeah. No
And-
comprendo.
Yeah, both sides of the entrance.
Yeah.
Must be replicated essentially.
In kind with a composite material.
Jumping in here, Mr. Cracknell, if you don't mind.
All yours.
This is not the most sensitive thing in the world, nor the most unique thing in the world, but as happenstance comes along to us, these panels have survived seemingly with some early trim elements on them as the storefront of the building. I'm not saying they're from the early 19th century, but I'd say they're from the late 19th century. And the small beads that make the astragal, the small panels in the bits, these areas, and the outlining element are still, fragments of them are still there. If they are going to do that, I think that the new material, this might be a great location for that, but I'd hate to have to make it all out of some square sawn pieces of plastic just to make it fit.
So it should be replaced in kind.
If they can do the
with
in kind.
a composite, all elements.
There are some
Yeah.
unique elements on it. I
Yeah.
think that'd be nice if someone could do that. We had a previous applicant down on Islington Street do some PVC material replacement carving and making some shapes in it. It seems like it's a possibility. It'd be wonderful if they could do that.
Okay, I think that's reasonable.
Well, FYI, there is a company, I'm not meaning to push it, in Dover.
Whitewood?
Yeah, that, they've got the cutters and they'll do this stuff, and it's absolutely dreadful to run.
Takes a phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, no, so the panels shall be replaced in kind with composite material.
Right,
So, yeah.
including moldings, okay?
Right, all matching molding profiles or
Right.
something.
Okay.
Okay. Don't ask me to dig these all back out. So remember that that's your stipulation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm just writing it down. That was to Bow. Let's do 17 Prey, which is, that's the condenser.
Oh, no.
It's 42 inches. There's the size of it, and it apparently, according to the applicant, because of its location, is not visible. Perhaps it is from the second floor of an abutting structure, but normally that wasn't our standard for screening. There's where the conduit would go up, I guess, it just into that addition. If you look at the screen, it would be painted to match. That's what they're,
Yeah.
yeah, I was looking to get a tax map just to confirm that that's in the rear and not visible, but
It is a
Yeah.
pretty discreet
I
location.
looked
Mr.
online,
Cracknell.
yeah.
We're
So,
learning something all the time. Apparently, they're calling these pipe chases that go up the side, but they're covering a fortress. It's very interesting.
well, yeah. So I'm gonna put the painted to match here, just in
Yeah,
case.
the fortress will be painted.
Okay. Anything else on Prey?
Nope.
Okay. I think I can do 179. I know Tracy is here, but it looked fairly straightforward. What?
Carla.
Oh, Carla, sorry.
Wrong architect.
Yep. Removal of the chimney that was never built is number one. Is Carla here? Yeah. And number two, infill of a basement walkout.
Okay.
I don't, there's the chimney there that, again, isn't built, if you want to look at the screen. And this is what was approved up in the top on the screen, and this is, not building it is shown at the bottom. The walkout is here, and that's being proposed not to be excavated into a walkout. That's it.
Wow. So this is the chimney that gave us all,
Yeah.
or some of us, heartburn, and the walkout. And now apparently they're gone. So I assume that this is just the way it is. Okay,
Right.
is that it?
No. We've got 28 Newcastle Ave.
Oh, I see. We're hopping back.
Yeah, that's the last one
Okay.
in this batch. They are making changes to a previously approved design, probably at the last meeting, for the siding windows and approved for the stone porch columns. Is anybody here for this one? It'd be probably easier and cleaner if you just covered those modifications. I can pull them up on the screen.
Hi, I'm Erin Barber. I'm the homeowner. So actually, there was some confusion with the permit office on the first two items, whether there was a dependency on those being approved before the permit could be issued. So we actually submitted the first two elements,
I
which
think
are,
We released it today, in the absence of those two units.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'd like to actually postpone those first two items because I'm actually not ready.
Okay.
So that is no changing to the siding right now.
Yep.
And no, I don't have the rock samples, so if
Got
we
it.
could push that to next month, that would be great. I would like to, though, discuss the third element, which is the windows. So we've completed the interior demolition, and I have discovered that there is one original window in the home, and it's a 2/1.
Yeah.
And so our plans stipulated a 6/1 window. It's the elevate.
Is there anything in here other than this to look at?
There is a window schedule. I think it's maybe A16.
So rather, unless everybody wants to go through the schedule, I think most people here.
I have a photo
Understand
of
the
the window
difference
that we
between the
found,
2/1.
and
So I think unless they have questions, it's pretty clear. If that's all you're asking for is to
All
go
I'm
from
asking.
6/1 to 2/1
yes.
and use the same quality window,
Mm-hmm.
does anybody have an issue with that? And we will hold the other two items to the next meeting. Does that work?
Yep.
Yeah? Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we just did,
Oh, boy.
yep. As far as I know, we just did 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16, because didn't we vote on 64, Vaughn?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so why don't we get a vote on that bunch?
I move that we approve all of those with the stipulations that we talked about for each individual
Do you
application.
want to read those all out, Nick, or no?
No.
No. Okay, we need a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? All right. So,
I think we didn't do 117 Bow, because I probably missed it. It's simple.
what number is that?
That's number 10.
Okay.
This is the one I was asking for another tax map from. It looks like something I've never seen in respect to where they want to put the condenser, but it could have been a better, is anyone here for that property?
Someone's moving.
Photo depicts a location where the line sets will exit the building. Okay, so they're inside. And this is where the condenser would be mounted on the wall, this image you see up on the screen. I can't imagine you can see this from the street. It also looks like an interior. Wouldn't all this be inside?
No, couldn't be.
You sure? You'd have all these boxes with these wires? I think we might need to continue this. I didn't get any more information, unless you feel comfortable.
We could approve it based on a stipulation that that is the exterior.
Right in here, okay.
I mean,
That's-
this entire location is in a dead-end back alleyway, not visible from the
Which
street.
I'm not disputing, it just would have been
Yeah,
nice to.
I don't know where that is either.
Has anybody else been back there? I mean,
117.
well, you could approve it based on what's been submitted, and then when I see it, if it's not what's submitted, I'll send them back here. How's that?
Okay.
Does that work?
Good.
Okay.
Yep. Do you want
So
to,
that,
have you got other ones to put
why don't you
with
vote
that?
on that one, and then we can have the other two people come
Okay,
forward.
Number 10?
All right, I move that we approve that with Nick's stipulations.
Yep.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And against?
Okay, so if Tracy could come up for 60 Penn Hollow. These aren't earth-shattering changes. I just want to make sure they get presented properly. So,
Oh, moving that counter up to
I think
Yeah.
they're
38 inches.
right? So we got some trim, exhaust vent, the chimney.
Chimney.
I don't know if there's a mural or not. Anyway, why don't you go for
Good
it?
evening, Tracy Kozak, on behalf of the applicant. Yes, we're back again. Thank you for having us. Just a couple of tiny little things as we wrap this up. We can go through them one by one as we go through the pages. Really minor little details, but want to capture them all. So the first one in the center bay, the second floor, the center window, the approved drawings had the strapping bands engaged to the windowsill. This has a piece of siding in between the windowsill and the strapping, and there's one less piece of strapping. On the far right is the masonry chimney, the granite chimney that had been approved with the granite as a background as it is built now, but then there was going to be an overlay of a masonry mural representing the tidal basin of the Piscataqua River in relief. That is not able to happen at this time. It could happen maybe in the future, but we want to withdraw it from the approval and just have the plain, basic granite that is there.
Is there any differentiation to the top of this chimney, as we frequently see? Is there anything around the top of the chimney?
Some kind of cap or
As
something.
far as the bricks being proud or?
There are photos of how it is built on the very last page, and it has a copper cap to it.
Okay,
I'll get there when we get to the end.
yeah. All right. I jumped ahead here.
Yes, so that's the Penhallow Street elevation. On the first floor to the right of the garage entrance is a takeout window for food, and it's 2 inches higher. That the counter serving the takeout is 2 inches higher than approved. And on the back of the building, this is facing that inner courtyard behind RERA. There's a 12-inch by 12-inch exhaust vent for a kitchen equipment piece, and it's up at the third floor level. This big. That's that one. That's a close-up of the trim detail where there's a piece of siding going between the window and the trim bands. That's the takeout counter on Penhallow. It's 2 inches higher from the sidewalk.
The exhaust vent.
The exhaust vent, yes. That was the art mural on the chimney that had been approved. And the background behind the fieldstone, that is what is there today, is just that brownish colored granite. It's a reddish brown.
Sorry, which one's there today between these two?
Well, those are not the correct colors on the right. That was showing how the stones would be cut. The actual colors are indicated in that rendering on the left with the gray fieldstone in the brown background. The gray fieldstone is not happening. It's just that brownish, flat, smooth background.
Tracy, is that the Stenson granite?
It is Autumn Pink by I'm not sure of the supplier. Yeah. It is as approved. The back granite is exactly as approved. The only thing we're asking for is to not put that gray fieldstone on top of it. The last item is there's a coping band of metal on the very top in that back alley facing the back of RERA. We want it to be that green color to match the fascia band that wraps around the entire building. We kind of had a mistake in the approved drawings where it was shown as gray, which didn't match. It's a continuous datum point around the whole building. We just want it to be consistent. And that is all.
That is all?
That is all.
Okay, any question?
I just have one.
Yes, sir.
Tracy, is that the chimney, would that match the granite that's kind of, you see there on the ground level? Kind of?
Close. It's the same finish, same thermal finish, and the same block size, but it is a slightly warmer color, so it's not the cool gray of the desert island pink. It's called Autumn Pink.
So the chimney will have texture, like it's not just.
It's a thermal finish, which means it has a little bit of bumpiness to it.
Yeah.
It's the same bumpiness as the granite all around the building.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. One more. 303 Pleasant Street.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Yep.
The applicant at 303 Pleasant Street is looking for approval to remove and rebuild the existing rear entry staircase. I don't think this is that complicated, but I thought, is anybody here from that location? Again, I don't think it's overly complicated, but I thought someone might want to speak to it. So the existing conditions are here, if you look at the screen, and they're proposing to replace that existing condition with this design.
I don't know about anybody else, but every time I looked at this plan, I was confused. There seems to be two sets of stairs. I'm not sure, though.
Well, there's one to the bulkhead. What, is that what you mean, or?
Yeah.
Currently, there's a hatch in the
Correct,
grade.
right there.
At grade, that you take up and drop, so to speak, down into a well
Yeah.
underneath the stairs, which is relatively hollow, complete with a window on the right-hand side, to get access to probably a coal room or something back in the day. This is the secondary entrance to the building, and there's no question that the brickwork that surrounds, that makes this stairwell that's there now, or stairway that's there now, is suffered over time from moisture and whatnot. It's a mess. You can certainly understand why they'd want to tidy it up. The part that I don't quite get is, I guess, twofold. One is it seems like they're losing a parking space by letting that new stairwell stretch toward the street. That's their problem, I guess. The other one is, how do we deal with the fact that it's a long ways down and there's nothing to stop someone by mistake from stepping into that well? Yeah, I think it needs rails, at which point I wonder if it starts getting busy looking.
Well, I think the answer ultimately, unless Martin or someone else knows it, is the inspection department will make that determination.
Yeah.
I can't answer that.
It looks like that this is not a door that's on the granite, the driveway granite. It looks like it's something meant to lift up a double layer probably of tongue and groove boards and set aside. And then there would be stairs going down at that point.
I don't think there's I think it's a drop down, but yeah, like that.
Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're going to have to increase the size of the excavated area to get room for a staircase. They're going to have to tear everything that's existing there out and dig for footings to get it below frost. It's a project.
Are they going to have a drain down there? I mean, it's just going to fill.
One assumes, although that's out of our purview
Yeah.
Probably
completely.
will.
Yeah.
That happens.
The only thing that bothers me is, so this is constructed now? No, it isn't.
No, that's there now.
That's there now.
Yeah, this is proposed what's on the screen,
So
where it is longer, it is deeper. and
under
there are
the
stairs.
project information on the brief description, it does mention that a cast iron hand railing
Oh, yeah.
in
Peter
period appropriate
Happy.
shape will be made by local blacksmith Peter Happney.
I think
that may
they're
be
talking
on
about that on
top.
the
The
top.
stairs.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. I get it now.
But they may need one.
Well,
we
you
don't
know they're going to.
You know they're gonna.
I mean, you know that.
Well, let them
I
come
see,
back.
it's up there.
Let them
Yeah.
come back.
Well, do you want to come back for the railing, or do you want to?
No, let them come back with a design with their railing that they might need.
Okay,
Why should we hassle with it now? We don't know what it's going to look like.
No crystal ball time.
got it. So we'll continue that to the next meeting with the instructions that they
This is an example.
get into the inspection
Okay,
department
that's why I
and
was-
develop a railing design.
Okay, all right.
I'm echoing rather than.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't just say,
I would just
come back
approve it.
again with the railing design if whatever's needed, but
Yeah.
they're here now, it's here now.
I think there's some apprehension that it might not look right with the railing. That's what I'm hearing from David, so there's maybe not an appetite to approve it with that condition.
Well, maybe they're just going to put that wooden cap back on. This first drawing that makes it look like a bunker is supposed to show like what it looks like underground in the foundation. I think they're just improving what's there, and they intend to put maybe the wooden cap back on, but like you said, we're just guessing at this point.
Yeah,
I think it's probably best just to have them come back.
this one we should
weeks.
postpone.
Fine. Yeah.
I mean, is it fair to say the stairs themselves, excluding the portal to the basement, is supportable once we understand the totality of the project, right?
Certainly.
To give them some maybe positive feedback to go with the delay? Okay. All right.
Just one question along those lines. You have a stone lintel, and then when they take the brick enclosure out and put in a cast iron rail, is that lintel staying? Because it looks awkward as it's drawn.
To my eye, I think that they're planning on putting a relatively thick granite top step on
Yeah.
and have that serve as not only the platform, but also the lintel to the opening. That'll get them a little bit more head height also. I think they're intending to use this in a common manner. But speculation, although we aren't really getting in the way of digging season at the moment.
No,
Right.
next month.
No, so close.
We'll continue, postpone that for a month.
Okay.
So that was 303. So I think we're done, given there were no stipulations on 60 Penn Hollow that I can recall. You just need to vote on that one, and then can continue this one. Right? So number 4, 60 Penn Hollow is you need a motion to approve.
So moved?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Against?
And then you need a
Postpone.
motion to postpone 303 Pleasant Street to the next meeting.
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Against? Okay.
We made it.
We
Did you
have
do them all?
gotten
You actually
through-
got them all?
I think so.
That's a record.
Yeah.
55 minutes.
Okay.
And
yeah.
16.
15. First one was postponed.
Yeah, 50.
Administrative approvals.
Okay. Start the meeting.
Sir. Let me just get back to. Okay, so now we have public hearings, new business petition of 43 Holmes Court LLC owner for property located at 43 Holmes Court, wherein permission is requested to allow the demolition of the existing home and the new construction of a single-family home of a similar design as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 101 as Lot 14 and lies within the waterfront business and historic districts. And who is here to
Brendan.
present?
So Brendan McNamara is going to make the presentation.
Wait,
He-
online.
He's online.
Oh, okay,
I think
great.
he's in Australia. Brendan, are you there? Can you hear me?
I am here. Hello, Brendan McNamara speaking, taking the remote thing to its greatest extent.
Yeah.
I'm representing Steve and Kate Singler on this project. The project, was presented for a series of work sessions last year, including a site walk. Essentially, because the property is kind of caught in the crux of many different regulatory bodies, went to you first to get some sort of sense of agreement about the concept of demolition and a new structure, which got the sense that that was going to work. And as a result of that, the project moved to the zoning board of adjustment, where it did receive their approval. There are other state and federal applications in the process or in process, and these applications have been handled by Altus Engineering. Would note that part of the whole issue here is the whole flood hazard requirements, and the property, the basement did flood in December last year when there was that combination of high tide and wind and things. But just going back to the generalised aspect of the property, the tax card information says that the original house dates back to 1749, and there is clearly evidence of that original structure there, particularly in the first floor structure aspect of it. But considerable work and changes have occurred since that original build, and the core gable structure appears to be intact. However, the general roof geometry has been substantially changed to accommodate high-pitched dormers, probably in the late 1800s. And then there's a whole series of additions and enclosures, and basically it's been a bit bastardised, over the last 50 or 60 years. And the biggest issue is its proximity to the Piscataqua River, and with the new flood maps, the property is now in the AE zone with an elevation of 8 feet. So it means that it's very prone to flood damage and has actually suffered from it. But any work that's been done to it is going to require that materials, any non-flood resistant materials have to be elevated above the design flood elevation, which with a AE elevation of 8 feet would need to be at 11 feet. So essentially, the house, to conform to that requirement, is going to need to be lifted up at a minimum of 1 foot. But then we fall into the whole issue of requirements from the building department and meeting dimensional requirements, which the house being so small, which is based around only a 14-foot gable, it precludes the meeting of dimensional code compliant stairs or even headroom at second floor level. We sort of discussed this in the work session. So what is proposed is to demolish the existing structure and rebuild a slightly larger and flood protected version of the existing house. The new house would remain quite small, 2 bedrooms, but would be fully code compliant, including meeting those of FEMA and coastal construction practices. So what's up there on the screen at the moment is the approved site plan from the Board of Adjustment, showing the slight increase of footprint and to bring the house into some sort of dimensional aspect that is workable for code compliance. That's the proposed floor plans, essentially just a revised layout of what's there and enclosing of some of the porch that's there. And this is the detail on the soffits, which is, you'll see, is there you go. So there's the elevations. So it's essentially as close as possible to the generalised geometric appearance of the existing house, but with adjustments, obviously, with windows. We've enclosed the porch and windowed it, so it still looks exactly as an enclosed porch. And we made some adjustments through the work sessions for how that looked and reduced the number of doors. And it's a combination of clapboards and shingles to, again, keep it in appearance of a small developed house. And then the rest of the submission is just really details on the products. It's using the Green Mountain windows, although the doors are the Anderson A-Series doors, which is their wood version. Green Mountain windows have stepped away from dealing with doors now, so they're only doing windows. So essentially that's what we have, and tries to detail it as much as possible, and just here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, so we've had a site walk. We've looked at this site. Do we have any questions concerning these plans?
No, I mean, out of curiosity, how is the basement, I mean, what are the steps you've made for sort of the quote-unquote flood proofing that you've done?
So the approach is actually, it's the swimming pool approach.
Okay.
So it's elevating the edge of the foundation, making it continuous. So there's no breaks in that top edge of the foundation, no basement windows, things of that nature. And what I've called it out is using the insulated concrete form, the new Dura product. which along with that has a process or system for waterproofing the exterior. It's quite a good product. So essentially, we're creating a reverse swimming pool with a powerful pump in a sump on the inside. So if it is breached, it can be pumped out. But then everything inside, basically, if you look on the section, you'll see where the design float elevation is. So everything below that line is basically flood resistant, and anything that isn't flood resistant has to be above it. So they can only use the basement for storage. That's it.
Okay.
I have included in there, it's a little complicated. I do think that the building department are going to want a second means of egress for the basement. So there's actually a horizontal hatch access, actually not dissimilar to the sort of circumstance, where you have a sidewalk hatch, that gives access to basement, but it has to be done in a way that there's no step down from the top of the foundation. So, there can be no breach in the foundation wall.
I have a question. Am I understanding correctly that the basement slab is at current grade and the DFE is the foot higher?
The basement slab, as proposed, is close to the current slab basement bottom, and then the DFE is forcing a lift up of a little bit over a foot of the existing floor.
Thank you.
Anybody on this side? Questions?
I mean, I guess my only concern is with the demolition of an existing historic house. And a lot of digging around it. I mean, there's going to be bits found if you look for it for archaeology. Probably not a lot. This is not a, important house, but or important site that we know of. But I would like to request the documentation of the house thoroughly inside and out, and if you're doing any selective demolition and, finding any old framing or anything like that, please document it and give a digital copy to the Athenaeum as well as to the city.
Yeah, no, the Singler would be more than happy to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Even though that the yard that's in front of it on the water, is a very smooth, nice-looking yard and stuff, they don't know what they're going to find underneath there for privy or some outbuildings for people. So if we have no other questions or comments, I'm going to open this up to the public. Would anyone in the public like to speak about this building? At the end of Prospect Street, right?
Holmes Court.
Holmes Court, yeah. At the end of Holmes Court. Anybody?
Nothing on Zoom? No. Thank you.
Just raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak to this, if you're on Zoom. I am not seeing any hands. So, no hands.
Okay, well, then I'm going to close this public hearing. Look for some motions, any discussion for the motions, et cetera.
I'll just say, losing any structure is obviously never our goal, but I think given that this is in the floodplain, this is still keeping with the building that we're losing, so we're keeping that history there. But obviously, if we don't do anything, we'd lose this building because of the floodplain, so I will be supporting this.
No, and I just want to say that I appreciate the changes in design to really reflect the building that's currently there in the new design.
Agreed. I think the use of the material, the massing is wonderful. The use of materials, excellent. The only one thing I see, and I even hesitate bringing it up, is the condenser unit. Is not screened, but other than that, I think it's a wonderful project.
Yes, Joanna?
Well, I'm late to the game, and you can just give me a really short answer, but what kind of research was done around just elevating the existing structure?
I'll let Brenda answer that.
You're asking that?
Could you hear that, Brendan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the issue, this is the kind of regulatory bind of this situation is so under the building ordinance, if you spend more than 50% of the market value of the building itself, then you're required under that to meet code compliance across the building. So the elevation of the existing structure, the cost of that would exceed that 50% requirement. So therefore the building would be forced to meet all other building code compliance, which it just can't do. It's just not possible for the building in its shape to do so. And it also wouldn't, even the cost of elevation, it just couldn't be justified for, the building that was left.
Yeah.
There's, it's a charming little structure, but it has, I don't really remember from the sidewalk, when you step in through essentially what's the front door, which is on the right-hand side, sort of in the middle of the porch, then and the stair, it's a centre stair going up, and then you've got, 2 rooms left and right. And they're kind of, original, but then they've had like a porch addition done on the water side, and then the stair is, barely a stair. It's really a ship's ladder going up. It's really steep. And then the head height at the second floor level just isn't there. It's just too small to sustain anything of that nature. So there's just no practical purpose in spending that sort of money. And then there's this whole enforcement issue of the cost of elevation and what it does to the requirements on the building.
Thank you.
It's very unfortunate.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still obviously not decided, not obvious. I'm still not decided. Part of this is the admission that there's a charming little historic building there. Charming in its size and scale, its proximity to the water. It's barely passed the usefulness test over the years, and previous owners have all tried to make it larger and make it more compatible with their version of living at that time. None of which have addressed the problem that this current owner is addressing with the flooding issues and the improvements that are required to accomplish that. It seems like we've got a very sweet little cottage that's it's going to take its place. It's larger in every dimension. Not so much so that one could say it's a different building, but larger in every dimension. The tidiness of it, the completeness of this little drawing, this proposal, is very compelling. And I think that it's possibly the residents of the street, the neighbors, are better off with this building being there than they are the one that's there now, in terms of the livability of it and the kind of commitment to the property values that this would represent. So I'm going back and forth. I've not been able to pin myself down on this. But in the midst of doing that, I'm struck by how little appreciation I have for the historic texture of the stainless steel wire railing on the second floor porch. And I think that regardless of how this commission moves on, I think that that railing system is a mistake to allow to be introduced into this community. And I'm going to still grapple with my problem, but I thought I'd mention that.
All right. Thank you, David. Anybody else have some comments before we vote? I mean, I too am saddened by the removal of this building. I think that something that's really not in our purview, but the fact that there's going to be a big machine that's going to go and take this thing down on possibly the smallest street in Portsmouth. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know. But there again, there isn't anybody here saying, oh, God, they can't do this. The noise is going to be terrible and such. And for a week, it will be. There's no doubt about that. I would hate to talk about the stainless steel rails, Dave, because one of the things that I did on my house is put those stainless steel wire rails on the.
It's a source of contention between us.
Yeah, on my back deck, and I actually had to remove 2x2 balusters. You'll be happy to know I did reuse them for various things. So that's it. That's my comments. Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll move that we approve this application as presented. I don't know that there are any stipulations.
No, I would
for
just
this.
suggest not a stipulation, but an acknowledgement of what everybody has already said, given
Yep.
what's before you and its significance to other folks that might come along with similar ideas. I think it's, I'm stating the obvious, but it's not obvious to people that don't either watch these meetings or sit on this commission or have some at least rudimentary training in what you're doing. I think when you're presented with an application like this, the significance of the alterations to the original structure are certainly needing to be looked at to evaluate what's being requested. The condition of the structure would be another criteria to ask oneself, what's there today, what's its condition, both structurally and the sort of materiality of what's there. And I think the configuration of the structure, how it's altered over time, leading to its livability question. I mean, the Jackson House is one thing where you're 6'3" and hit your head everywhere. It's another to be in a utilitarian structure that's been substantially altered, where you're banging your head going up and down the stairs if you're 6 feet tall, and how it relates to current code requirements and floodplain issues, environmental factors. I think you've all looked at that, but given this hasn't been here for a while, and if somebody's tuning in and seeing this show up after 4 or 5 months of going off to the other boards, one could get the mistaken impression this isn't a big deal, and you gave it short shrift in removing a structure and replacing it. I know none of you did. So I'm just reiterating, I think, what's been said here in one manner or another, and it's really important for the community to hear that. That you've done your due diligence, and it was still a difficult decision should you approve this, but it's one that's based on, a sound methodology of determining whether that building should be replaced.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Yeah, I mean, because let it be said that we never take demolition of a historic structure lightly at all. So the one stipulation is the one that I brought up,
Yes.
which is that the building, both interior and exterior, be documented fully with high-resolution digital photographs and
Excavation?
and yeah, I don't know what to tell them, but I'm not going to force them to hire an archaeologist for this one, but be careful, excavations. And that documentation would be submitted to the city and the Athenaeum.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Well, are we not going to do a public hearing portion?
We did.
We did.
We did? Nobody wanted to speak?
Nobody spoke.
I'll second.
Oh, okay. I'm going to give this a second to our council.
This has conservation and enhancement of property values. Unfortunately, to keep the property value, they've got to do a lot of work here. And has compatibility of design with surrounding properties.
Would you like to say something, Rich?
No, I'll just reiterate what Nick said. I mean, we don't take any demolition of any historic structure in this town lightly. We have been looking at this project for a long time. We've done the site walk. We've seen all the options that the homeowner could take or the architect could take. And I think this is the best foot forward for the future of this house, for the neighborhood, for their butters, for the property owner, for all parties interested. But I just want to remind everyone that we do not take this lightly.
And also remind everyone that there are quite a few other houses that are in that flood zone that are in danger. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? The chair votes aye. You have your approval.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you very much.
Okay. What am I doing?
Where are we here? 96 Chestnut.
I know, I'm just having all kinds of problem with this thing because I didn't get it to work properly. So, 96 Chestnut, what's 96-1?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is that something else? No.
Just, I mean, this one is.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Cracknell.
1 second, I do have to read this, and then we'll let you get into this. Petition of Rudy Stollards Holding LLC, NCO Boson and Associates, PLLC owners for property located at 96 Chestnut Street, wherein permission is requested to allow exterior renovations to an existing structure, add a new doorway, and the installation of mechanical equipment, an HVAC condenser as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 116 as Lot 24, lies within Character District 4-L1 and Historic Districts. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Cracknell. I'm John Boson. I own the property at 96 Chestnut Street. This home was owned my former law office, my law office many years ago. I moved up to Middle Street about 5-6 years ago. The plan now is to convert this property back to a single-family residence, and currently there is only one means of egress, and that's through the front door. The back of the house, there's a nice patio, but the only way to get there is out the front door and then down the driveway. So as a single-family residence, I think it would be better suited to have a second means of access, and that would be, we're proposing to put out the back, put a slider out the back, some short deck, and then onto the patio in the back. One other point I do want to make is that the proposed improvements are not visible from the front of the property. It's really sort of invisible back there. So happy to answer any questions you have, but that's the gist of what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. So who's got some questions here?
I do have one question. It doesn't look like, but will there need to be any sort of digging underground there? Or-
No.
Yeah, because I just know it's right next to that African burial ground. So if there was, we would want to be very sensitive.
Absolutely.
No.
Yep, very mindful of that, and no.
Thank you.
I mean, I think this is a good solution to your problem here, because there's a big blank wall there, and glad you're not touching the beautiful curved bow window.
Believe me, I know. We were very mindful of not touching that. That window's beautiful.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think this is a fine proposal for adding an egress in the back.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I would just ask, you looking to change all the windows out?
No, they were changed about 10 or 15 years ago.
Because you're showing a lot of cut sheets.
Yeah, the windows are not being modified.
Okay. And you want to use the slider.
The slider is a Marvin window element. I believe it's a product you folks have approved before.
and that slider is a clad.
Yeah, what I'm told, this was an approved product. There was a Anderson and a Marvin that were both HDC compliant.
How is it clad?
It's that Fibrex material.
Is it?
Yeah, I was just reading it.
Okay.
Which is
So
a,
it's a paintable.
yeah, it is paintable. It's a fiberglass material.
Okay, I'm done my questions.
Okay, all righty. So, would anybody in the public like to talk about this? Any opinions?
Hang on.
Any online opinions?
Everybody, raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this. If you're online. No hands? No hands.
Okay, so I'm going to close this and look for a motion, an explanation. Somebody raise
Sure.
it.
You do one for a change.
Get the glory.
I move that we approve this application as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay.
This has conservation and enhancement of property values, and has, again, compatibility of design with surrounding properties. I think it's fine.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And against? All right, you have your renovation here.
Very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. So we have number 3, the petition of the Daniel Pinkham House LLC owner for property located at 400 The Hill, Unit -8-4, wherein permission is requested to allow renovations to an existing structure, which is replacement window sashes for all the windows as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 118 as Lot 26-10, lies within the Character District 4-L1 and the Historic District. So who here is to present this? Windows. Anybody out there?
So I can,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move this to the end of the agenda and take it up again then.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All righty. Petition, number 4, petition 129 State Street LLC owner for property located at 129 State Street.
Oh, wait, I think the person's trying to get on remotely for the last one, so hang on.
Sorry.
Let me see.
We forgot to check online.
Yep. So we got 2 hands up. Let's see if, Steve, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you the representative presenting the application for the Hill?
So I am also here. I am actually the sales rep for Pella. I am here with Nancy. She is not with me. I think she was probably the other one raising her hand.
Yeah, so
should
we let
sorry.
Nancy go first?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine with me. I was just trying to not get skipped, so that's why I was trying to raise my hand also.
All right,
Sorry about
sorry to
that.
stiff you.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to move this back to the table?
Did you vote to?
No,
put it to
he's
the
right.
end? I think
Yeah.
you may-
So I need a motion to bring this back
moved.
onto the table.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
All right,
So,
Nancy, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. We are ready to replace the windows on our home here. We have 31 windows. Actually, it's the window sashes. And it's been quite a few years now that we have owned the building and been waiting to make the attempt to do this. And we're hoping that you guys will approve the Pella windows that we've picked, and Steve can talk to you about the windows and their quality. And we are just dealing with a lot of energy loss, winter or summer, and they're just ready to be tended to.
Nancy, it's just come to my attention that some of these windows might be original. Is this just something that could be spoken to by the representative who undoubtedly went around and measured every window?
Yes, he can speak to that.
I gotta let him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I went around and obviously measured all the windows to be able to produce the quote for them. In my professional opinion, these are not original at all. My guess is probably 70s to 80s. If you were to go into the house, they don't have the weighted pockets anymore. They don't have all of those things that would deem them to be that true historically accurate, that they were never replaced before. So that is obviously, they still have the storm windows on them, but they're definitely not the original windows to that building. I'm not exactly sure when that building was built, but in my professional opinion, those are not any of the original windows.
Do you think any of them are handmade?
No, to be quite honest with you, I do not. I do not.
We don't have very many photos of the existing windows, and some of them that we do are like cut off on the page, so I don't see the whole thing. They didn't quite transfer very well. I can see that they have the springs in the jambs rather than where the pockets should be.
They're using the aluminum jam liners with the springs.
Yeah.
I think these are
Exactly.
bear
Yep.
springs.
But it does, the hardware and the Muntin profile and everything does look older than 70s or 80s, from what I can tell. So it looks like they're probably, maybe turn of the century windows. That
Say 1970.
you do?
Yeah, Brockway Smith. Of the photographs that we have, and I walked the exterior of the building, looked at the
Yeah.
first floor windows only. Hopefully, nobody called the police. With the photos we have and what I saw, I see that they're Brosco replacement windows, probably put in 1970, maybe 1971.
Okay. I guess,
They have the bear spring. These window frames more than likely never had pockets for sash weights. This building certainly dates before that invention, so to speak. And other than that, they have, this looks slightly in the photos that we have, again, I didn't get inside, but in the photos we have, they have the look of sort of like an Ovolo mullion, but actually if you really look at it, you'll see that it's an OG, and that is a classic, late 60s, early 70s Brosco.
Easy. And the door, and the actual window locks are your standard 1970 window lock.
yeah.
So in terms of historic material, I don't think we're losing anything.
Okay.
That's-
I mean, it seems
Again,
like
on the
the-
first floor windows, the
Yeah,
third floor, there's
that's-
one third floor window photographed that looks to be consistent with the other ones.
Yeah. I guess my only question then is, I'd like to hear about the proposed replacement, because my wonder is, do we want a clad window on a house like this on the hill? Or do we want to ask for wood windows? Inside and out. So,
Anybody else want to jump in on this discussion?
Yeah, that's a good question, and the storm window,
The storm windows are going.
they're
They'll be
going and not
SDLs.
returning. Okay.
That is correct, isn't it?
That is correct, sir. Yes, if we are replacing those windows, we will not be putting these storm windows back on.
So there'll be a certain amount of damage done when you take off the storm windows? Excess caulking, screw holes, all that stuff will be taken care of for the homeowner.
Correct. We do require that the homeowner, if obviously in this circumstance definitely needs to be done, is to, take a, new kit, paint the exterior trim or do whatever needs to be done to get that exterior trim back to looking, as good as humanly possible.
Anybody else?
How are these clad then?
These are,
So it's,
yeah, how are these?
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, how are these clad?
So it's an aluminum clad exterior. It's wrapped around the, it's a true wood window. It's wrapped around the wood. I'm not sure if I can pull up an actual, like open my camera to show you a sample. I did have one with me.
I
But
think.
unfortunately, I wasn't able to get down there tonight like I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, we have, all of us here on this board have seen this window a number of times, and it has been approved before.
Yep. Yeah, we've done multiple jobs in Portsmouth. I do a lot of historical work in Portland. I've done a lot of work with Nancy themselves too. But I've never had any issues with the historical approval.
Difference of being on the hill.
So you're going to match the window pattern, 6/6?
Correct. Yep. So if you scroll up, there are pictures of the windows. I matched every grill pattern to what is currently there now. I even measured the mullions to make sure it's same width, all of those things. Just try to keep it as historically accurate as possible.
So you have the third floor windows as still being 6/6.
What?
Whereas what's there now is 6/3.
No.
If you don't mind scrolling down, just because I can't get
Yeah,
the
there you
screen
go.
of this.
Oh.
So, yeah, well.
Right here?
Nick, you
That's silly.
Did I pass it?
Yeah.
You look
What do
at,
you
go
want?
back to the specs where it shows the
Cut sheets.
cut sheets, yeah.
Yeah, what sheet?
There, right there, that one.
So I can easily make that be take out that cross grill that makes it the 6.
Well, so it needs to match what's up there now, which is a bigger top sash and a smaller lower
Cottage
sash.
style.
So it
And
should,
again, can easily be done. This window we can honestly customize in any way possible to
Okay.
meet whatever requirements you guys have.
yeah, I mean, I guess just the point is that it really does need to match exactly what is there, which is the normal size 6 top sash and then a shorter 3 light lower sash.
Okay.
Okay, and I can easily go back, take measurements to make sure those things are lining up exactly, because I can move that check rail to have it be exactly where those are currently.
Okay, thank you.
Because it
of
is a
course.
stipulation, and you'll want to follow it.
Do these replacement sashes come in frames?
Yes, it must.
Correct, sir, yes.
When you put the frame into the existing window opening, what the
Do you see, what do you
what
see?
what are we going to see from the outside? Are we going to see the frame?
A little bit of it.
Yeah.
You will not see the frame of the new window, no.
How thick is your frame?
3/4.
Glazing.
I don't have an exact measurement on me. I apologize for
'Cause
that.
My gut reaction is that the frame is going to be at least 3/4 inch to have any stability.
Right. You're
and
gonna see something.
My understanding of at least what appears to be the windows that exist on the building now, that the exterior trim provides for possibly a 1/2 inch of overlap. So the frame is going to show. What's the frame made out of?
The frame is going to be aluminum on the exterior of what you would see walking by or going there.
Okay, and there's an aluminum sill also?
Correct, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question on that aluminum sill. What angle is that sill at? Do you have different angles available, as does Anderson, or not?
Correct, yes. We will make sure that that is the exact same angle that is there now. Ours is adjustable to make sure it's going to, sit there flat and make sure it meets, kind of the same thing that everything is there now.
Yeah, it wants to come down as close to the wooden windowsill as possible.
Correct, yes.
Correct.
And that's why we have the adjustable one to make sure that can happen.
So, I guess, would anybody in the public like to speak about this? don't care about windows, we only care about stones.
No one online.
No one online?
We have
Oh.
someone.
Oh. Yep.
Is Ms. Trace.
Good evening, Paige Trace, 27 Hancock Street. I'll take a stab at this because I've been sitting here all evening and I feel like nobody's speaking, and that can either be a help or a hindrance.
Paige, excuse me, could you
Yes.
please move your microphone close? Yeah, honest to goodness.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
It's been a long week.
Yeah.
For all of us.
Yeah.
I have to say, for a home that's on the hill, as much as I respect people needing to replace windows for various and sundry reasons, there are plenty of people in this city that have either used Green Mountain or other wooden windows, and an aluminum sash that's going to actually show, a frame that's going to show on the hill in the historic district. There has to be a better way. And so I'm here to speak for proper sash, proper frames, proper wooden windows, and not windows made out of aluminum that can bow and twist, and sure, they can be adjusted, but I'm really sorry. I feel for the homeowner, but the choice was made to live on the hill and have the windows properly done. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I
Anybody?
allowed to speak on that? I'm sorry if I am interrupting.
Go ahead.
So, because we are actually the only manufacturer that has a true wood window. So it's not a full aluminum window. It's just a wrapping on the exterior. So it's still going to have the full wood interior, everything like that. It's not an aluminum window itself. It is a wood window with an aluminum wrap. Is really what it is.
All right.
Vinyl windows are the same.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to close this public hearing unless there's anybody else online.
It is in there.
No hands.
No hands? All right, so I'm looking for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve as presented. I don't believe we had any
We had one.
stipulations.
That the sashes and Muntin profile be matched.
Right.
On all of them.
Yeah, on all the
Just in
windows.
case. That they match the Muntin and sash
Oh,
profile.
yes.
Yeah.
I
Because
I
they
assume
are
that was
colored
agreed
for
to,
it.
not even required as
Oh, we definitely, the plans don't reflect that. We should stipulate that.
stipulation made.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I believe it preserves the integrity of the district and is consistent with the special and defining character of the surrounding properties. I think it's a sensible and reasonable replacement.
I'll just say, I don't think I can support this one because I think there are better options out there for more, for a wood window on the exterior and interior that would match the profile and the opening of this building, of the windows in this building better.
Okay. All right. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
You better do it. What's the count there? Who's in favor?
There's four.
Raise your hand.
Four opposed.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm opposed, sorry.
Opposed.
2 opposed, 3, 4 opposed. So
Are you in favor or opposed?
No, I'm not opposed.
Okay,
No, I'm,
I just didn't know.
3 in favor, 4 opposed? How many are opposed?
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it fails.
So I'm afraid that this has failed. You might want to come back with a different window up there.
Yeah, they're muted, so hang on, Steve. Steve, we've closed the hearing. Did you follow that?
Yes, sorry, I've never done this before, so I just had a quick question. If we were to move that, because we can offer that in a full wood exterior, didn't want to go with that at first just because, again, price point's a lot higher. The windows can deteriorate a lot faster, things along those lines. But we do offer this specific window with a true wood exterior.
Reconsider. You need 2/3. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, we could do
All
that.
right.
Make a motion to reconsider.
And then second, if
Second.
2/3 vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we're reconsidering, what is the specification, what is the name of this window?
It is the Pella Architect series.
Okay.
So that is the
Yep.
Pella Architect.
Which has a wood exterior, painted wood exterior.
So it won't come painted from the factory.
No,
That is
that's,
the only.
that's better.
No, we didn't.
It'll be field painted.
I know, yeah, I know, yeah, but it'll,
It will come
I would
primed
at
from
least
the
like
factory.
it
That is
primed.
all.
so do we all understand that?
And maintain the second.
Does it come in a frame?
Yes.
Same window.
It
Same
would be
thing.
the same frame.
The glazing.
What's the frame made out of?
And now moving out, everything would be back to a wood exterior on the outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so,
And the sash and the Muntin profile will match every opening.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Correct, sir.
all right.
And I'll just say, I'm insisting on this for this location because the hill is very important, and I think we have an obligation to keep a very high amount of integrity to the buildings in that collection of buildings.
Okay, so I guess we could just have a motion and a second on this, and
2 stipulations.
with the stipulation.
Try it again.
I'd be happy to motion
Yeah.
and for approval with the stipulations that
That they use
be
the
an
Pella
all-wood
Architectural
window,
Series.
wood exterior,
Yep.
with the stipulations of pattern and configuration, be matching what is existing.
Second.
Okay, so with, have you got any other discussion you want to just add to that, like you already did?
Oh, findings of fact?
Yeah, it's just a whole new motion.
Yes, it is, so
It's even more integrity,
I
right?
will simply say that is consistent with the integrity of the district, is consistent with the special and defining character of the area.
All righty, so we've got wood replacement windows. All those in favor say aye.
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 And opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed, one opposed. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Steve and Nancy.
Thank you for your time.
You'll know what to do next time. Okay.
All right, I've got to, excuse me. My bulky machine here. Did he give me a, no, he didn't.
129.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm actually getting there. Okay, petition of 129 State Street LLC owner for property located at 129 State Street, wherein permission is requested to allow exterior renovations to an existing structure, add masonry parapet, as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 107 as Lot 47 and lies within Character District 4 and the historic districts. And who is here to present this that we haven't seen in a bit?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Shane Forsley with Hampshire Development Corporation on behalf of the owners of 129 State Street. What you have in front of you tonight is a proposed masonry parapet to deal with the commingling of the roofs between 129 State Street and the abutting 121 and 123 State Street property. As you know, in our site walks and analysis of the two roofs, there's a little bit of difference in pitch and irregularity of the two roofs. And so what we've proposed to do is to build a 1-foot wide parapet that matches the same geometry of the parapet at the north end of the block on top of the existing roof. We propose the brick to match what's existing. In order to achieve that, we'll have to do some cleaning of the masonry on the building as it is today. I think we included that in our original proposal to you. So we'd use a brick to match, and we'd be happy to get some samples and make sure that everybody would be comfortable with it. And to cap the parapet, we're proposing to use lead-coated copper. I think on sheet A 2.1, the elevations, you've got a pretty good representation of the shape and form of it. You'll see there's a chimney, at least one of them, one on the front and one on the back, that this parapet would die into. That's shared between the two buildings. And on the second sheet, A 2.2, you'll see a few references that we drew inspiration from. The first on the top left, that's located at the other end of the State Street block. And then across Sheaf Street, there's also a number of parapets that we referenced for height and shape. And I should mention that should you approve this, there would need to be a mechanism or an agreement in place between the neighbors, meaning the 129 State Street property and the abutting condo association, before any of this work would commence.
All righty. Any other questions and comments? Yes,
Could I just ask Shane, what are I see the red lines there on A 2.2, just near the footprint of approval. Is that changing, or is that?
Yes, so what was proposed through some internal space planning is a slight expansion of the footprint as previously proposed, understanding that on that rear yard area on Sheaf Street, there's no setback requirement. We wouldn't have any encroachment on the public right-of-way on Sheaf Street. It's just a small push out to better accommodate the interior space.
We would need that approved here. So it could probably be added, given you've shown it here, but
okay.
Any alterations to the previously approved plans would need approval.
Okay,
So I leave that up to the commission.
To that end, if you'd be amenable to that, we could put that on the proposal for tonight to expand the footprint slightly.
Can you
As
tell us
shown.
just how much?
Sure, I gotta hop onto here.
But it's over 6 inches,
Yeah,
probably a foot.
probably close to a foot.
So you extended the back of these two buildings
Already.
already?
What do you mean already? Oh, in the
Proposal.
prior approval?
Yes. And now you're coming back and say, well, we need another foot.
Correct, I believe.
So we can fit somebody's piano in or something like this.
I'm hoping it's the pool table.
What is this? You know, and does this require some kind of approval from the BOA or anything like
No,
that?
no, it does not. I mean, this would be an administrative approval if it was all he was doing. So I think, given this is a public hearing, and it looks pretty de minimis to my eye, and if it meets the zoning requirements, you should be able to fold that in here unless there's something more complicated than I'm seeing, and then he can come back for admin approval.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the,
Was it advertised?
no, it's advertised for the parapet.
Yeah, there's no
Right.
advertisement for the expansion.
Right.
I just want to
There's
clarify.
no
I want to let.
advertisement for the expansion under an administrative approval either.
Oh,
So
you're right.
it's not like, and there's no notice to abutters for that. We wouldn't be sending somebody in for a public hearing to add 8 inches to the back of that.
Right.
So
I just
you got
wanted to
everybody
give him
here.
a chance to tell us exactly what the dimension is that he's
Yeah.
adding.
So I don't have the exact dimension in front of me here today. What I could tell you based on my recollection of the footprint is it's a 1 foot 6 inch expansion on both the garage structure and the living structure, as you see in footprint.
Your garage looks bigger than the living, so.
Okay. Would somebody like to speak about this? Anybody else?
Just a little bit of discussion. We're not talking about moving the massing back into the alleyway, and that's off the table, correct?
No, that's what we are.
No, we are, that's what
We're talking about moving the massing
Okay.
out.
Because, again, I'm probably repeating what's being said. It wasn't advertised. We had abutters who objected to what was already proposed and approved.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're grabbing more.
Yep.
You know, I would think that I could talk about the parapet, but I can't support that until that's properly presented, as far as I'm concerned. Now, you're going to be cutting into the cornice, correct, to extend the parapet up?
Correct.
Okay. And do we have a detail of that? We have a photograph.
The photographs provided are of the opposite end of the block and
Okay,
across
but-
the street at Chief Street. And to your point, Martin, I think that tonight we came here today to speak on the parapet. What's reflected on those drawings, I think, is just as far as the footprint expansion, was just a matter of line drawings carrying forward on this. So I was prepared tonight to speak to the parapet
Okay.
only. And so I don't want to kind of muddy the waters with talking about the footprint if we can focus on the parapet alone and handle the footprint as a separate matter.
Good. So in the photograph, you're showing parapet at the opposite end of the building. It kind of kicks out a little bit. This way the gutters and cornice detail sort of butt into it. Is that what you're proposing, just a cut, maybe a cap on each end and then an extension up? Or are you going to do what that photograph shows, a little kind of kick out?
Yeah, so our intention would be to extend the plane of masonry. That's the outside face of the building now, straight up. So we'd interrupt, the eave or the leading edge of that roof on the State Street side to continue that brickwork up and then carry it up and over the ridge.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's appropriate. And mainly you're doing this to have a strong definition between one roofing system and another?
Correct.
Okay. I can support that.
And to follow up on that, I just want to make sure that, as it's shown, the parapet at the opposite end of the building, where the sort of dental course at the bottom is preserved because of that. You're not going to, because it's bumped out, everything is preserved underneath all that detailing so that it's not like you're cutting back to the surface, the facade.
Correct.
Okay, great.
David, do you understand this, the parapet coming down to the dental?
I think that I don't believe it historically that they step parapet brick out beyond the plane of the building. And so the last decorative piece of brickwork that was done, the parapet starts flush with that. And the tradition, as I know it in Portsmouth, is that that small face of parapet, about 1.5 feet tall, is unadorned. There's no effort to make it look decorative in any manner. It's just the end of a brick wall, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then the way that he's got it drawn, the brick are all going to be laid horizontally, cut in a place that we can't see and slightly capped with metal. It's a pretty utilitarian surface in construction.
Does this actually go down and sit on a brick wall underneath the roof?
So
Does this have a fire function?
traditionally, a parapet would have a fire function, as you know. So until we really get into the means and methods of it, it would be a matter of whether it's a framed extension on top of the existing structure, or if we were able to, neatly and cleanly, understanding that we've got two roofs to deal with, ours and the neighbors, whether it would be an extension of that masonry that's already there.
Okay. It's probably not our purview. I was just really wondering. Unless we have any other questions, would somebody in the public like to speak out about this parapet?
Hello, Commissioners and Chair. My name is Marie Bodie, and I'm a resident at 121 State Street. You've heard our neighbors and I and my husband speak in the past about this project. I'm actually quite shocked that my husband and Shane spoke yesterday, that this plan presented this evening does encroach further into Sheaf Street. That was trying to be slipped in this evening, which I find appalling. Number two, as your HDC minutes will show, when the original approval was granted for this project, it was with the purview that the association, 121, 123, would have an agreement with the handling of the roofs because they do align with one another. So there is no understanding, there is no agreement, there has been no conversation with the owner on this property, despite our intentions and requests throughout this process. So I would encourage you not to vote this evening on this, especially the encroachment part, and warn and just caution that there is no agreement with the putting of the two roofs together. The parapet is not, is my understanding, fire retardant or in any way, shape, or form forming a fire barrier between our two properties, which was another item that was raised during this original review with regards to their relocating the garage and the potential fire risk between the two properties. That again has not been addressed. So I just speak in opposition of this project, and your hopefully will see my side. Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else?
I'll pull this down. Page Trace, 27 Hancock Street. I think the other member of the public that just spoke says all there needs to be said at this particular moment in time. There is no agreement between the two property owners, and that should be an agreed upon situation before anyone votes on it by public hearing. So I would suggest holding your fire until the city makes sure that there is a complete understanding between all parties, and that one neighbor doesn't encroach upon the other. And if this is being done with an historic structure and it's just for the purpose of one homeowner and not the other, then I find this not particularly appropriate, and I would urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Okay. Nick, do we have anybody in outer space?
We do not.
Still find it amazing that we heard someone from Australia talk to us.
Nope.
Okay, so I'm going to close this public hearing, and I'm looking for a motion, and I think we should address what has been raised with the fact that there is
Right.
no agreement.
Before you close the public hearing,
Yeah.
do we want to
Oh.
allow Shane to
Yeah. I'm very sorry.
respond?
Go ahead. I'll reopen the public hearing.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what I said earlier, should you make any judgment tonight, understanding the concerns of the neighbors and the people of the public, we fully accept and understand the nature of having a formal agreement in place before any sort of thing would commence. And I would expect that everybody here at City Hall, whether it be building department, planning department, et cetera, expect that sort of thing from us. So I just wanted to reiterate that to you, and I understand the concerns of the neighbors and the general public, so as not to blow ahead and get approvals and whatnot, so.
Can you weave asphalt shingles? I mean, it looks like this whole roof is all asphalt shingle, including the other condo association. So you could do your roof in asphalt shingles and put tar all over them, and there it is, if that's what they want.
Well, correct, and we had proposed and were approved to replace the roof with synthetic slates, and so I think that's where the discussion of handling the commingling came about, just because they have slightly different roof pitches. One's 3 or 4 inches taller than the other at the peak, and it was a way to reconcile what's now a bit of a mistake probably when the different vintages of construction went through there. So this was our first pass at trying to remedy the situation. Certainly, we could, find a way to weave shingles or essentially leave it the way it is.
So, wait,
What do you think,
two suggestions. I'd like to think you don't abandon the faux slate shingle that easily and go back to an inferior product because you can't get an agreement. I think what you're hearing tonight is come back with at least a tentative agreement where the parties can speak or write in favor of the concept of putting a parapet on this building. It doesn't matter whether it's fire resistant or not. That's not the purview of this board. Get a tentative agreement with the parties. A formal agreement is unnecessary, the effort to do so, until you get approval from this commission to actually separate the roofs. So that would be a condition of approval should you get there. And either add or remove the expanded massing on the back and have tentative agreement on that before you get here would go a long way to being able to vote on this with some stipulations.
Okay.
So I think that we're looking at,
Continuing.
a continuance to an indefinite time.
No, 1 month. Well, you'd like to continue to the next meeting, correct? Or
Yes, we'll come back next month.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? All right.
Mr. Chairman, is there an opportunity to have a discussion on the parapet wall so that that the applicant understands whether or not the commission would
even support it?
even support that? Considering that no small amount of effort that he's going to have to put into bringing an agreement before us.
Yeah, certainly if there's a.
I'd hate to have him do that on
an
spec and then
aversion,
find out that
yeah.
it didn't pass, I guess is my point.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to figure out how we're going to do that, David.
Well, is there anybody adamantly opposed to the concept of a parapet that's
Yeah.
sitting here? And if you're not, then I think they should be able to proceed. If a majority of commissioners are not adamantly opposed to the concept of a parapet, that speaks volumes to making the effort to work with the abutters and avoid putting asphalt shingles on here for the next 100 years.
We have a
Yeah.
continued conversation.
Well,
So in regards to the parapet, we saw a 20-minute presentation about windows on the hill with specific detail. These are developers, and as you know, I work for a developer, and Tracy Kozak will be speaking about projects that we're presenting tonight on the agenda as well. It's incredulous to me that they are proposing a parapet without providing detailed drawings. You typically look for 3D this and 3D that. This is our parapet wall that they're showing as an example. If they're going to do something that is similar and in kind with what is already there, I would expect that you all would have more detail. Again, in the conversation with Mr. Forsley yesterday, my husband, he was suggesting that they would use a veneer brick. Tonight he presented that they would be using similar brick. So I think there's a lot more detail that you need to have as a commission before you even
Okay.
proceed this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And just to be clear, we didn't vote on approval of that. We just voted to continue it
Yep, let's continue.
Right.
Okay, so now we have,
So,
you want to take a break here?
no, I think where there was, at least to my ears, to help the applicant, general consensus that a parapet that's yet to be fully detailed is not something anybody here, other than perhaps a minority of members, thinks is a bad idea. I mean, and speak up if that's not in fact the case. The details do matter, but a parapet's a parapet, and if a parapet is a bad idea, even if it's gold-plated, you're going to hear that. You need the details.
I kind of like the Dutch parapets that go up like that.
All right, so
That's that European
good with
thing
that?
you got going.
Yeah, we're all set. Thank you.
see you next month.
So you don't want to take a break?
Let's go one more,
Keep going.
because I have to go
Yeah.
at
Oh, you have
9.
to go?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Let's
go to
do the easy
bathroom while
one.
you're reading.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to read this, and then we'll keep going. If I can bring it up. I want to get this. This thing is driving me nuts. Nick, this is killing me.
Here,
No, I'm
read that.
yeah, well.
Right there, number 5.
I didn't get a copy.
Going up there.
Righto. Okay, so this is number 5, petition of Dagny Taggart LLC owner for property located at 93 Pleasant Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the removal and replacement of a portion or all of the existing stone wall on the site as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 107 as Lot 74, lies within Character District 4 and the Historic Districts. And who is presenting?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Commission. Tracy Kosak with Our Cove Architects here on behalf of the applicant. We're back. We took the comments received at our last session with you and excavated the back of the wall. We had a number of specific experts come out and prepare shoring plans to stabilize the wall during construction, which was our intent. You can see from the attached documentation, letters, photos, and analysis that once they did fully excavate the entire back of the wall, some things as expected and a few surprises as well. Specifically, the wall's not stable in summary, and there's a bunch of reasons why, and I'm happy to go into that. As such, the shoring plan is described in here, how they'll do it, the components, how it goes together. It will hold the wall up during construction, but because of the way the wall exists now, the stones don't all touch each other. There are gaps. There are disheveled because it has moved over time, because it was not built to hold back the earth. There is a solid chance that after the shoring is removed, there may have been settling, which could cause more risk to the wall than it would be to simply rebuild it. So to clarify, we're not asking to remove the wall. We're not asking to replace the wall. We're asking to rebuild the wall in the same place, in the same size, with the same stones, so that it is solid and secure in the condition that it exists. This has happened before in Portsmouth in the past few years. The North Cemetery wall was rebuilt. 2016, the Wentworth Gardner stone wall was rebuilt in 2015. And as mentioned earlier this evening, upon consideration of removing an entire historic house, we don't take this lightly. We are looking at all the conditions specific to this very wall. We'd love to keep it there. It would make everybody's lives easier. It would be beautiful and great, but it is constantly moving. It's not going to look like, if we do nothing, it's not going to look like this in 20 years because it's in a process of continually falling over and being put back with more bits of mortar and brick and chinking. So there is no moment in time to stop that wall unless you rebuild it in a way that it doesn't keep falling over. The previous review factors that were mentioned earlier this evening when one is considering removing a structure. In this case, we're rebuilding it. The current condition is compromised. The historic configuration is altered. This is not what it looked like when it was built because of the added mortar and chinking and gaps in the wall. And then the risk factor is that it continues to lean over, and eventually, if it is not maintained, someday it will fall over. We don't want that to happen. We don't want it to happen during construction. We don't want it to happen in the future. We want the wall to be there forever. So I'm happy to go through the details and the letters or to answer any questions. We also have members of the construction team and the masonry team here, if you would like. And then after this topic, this might be a non sequitur, but a condition of the approval of the building of the new addition behind it was to bring a sample of the brick, which I did. It's sort of a different topic. I don't know the venue to do that, but it's here if you want to. So, happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments about this? Question.
Will we get the mason?
We have the mason here. How about John Turner Consulting? Is that? Oh, I'm sorry, Martin.
So, okay, you're proposing to take the wall down, put in a foundation, put in drainage, restore the wall. To what pattern would the restoration finished product look like?
It would be put back in the same arrangement it is now. The top capstones, and correct me if I'm wrong, the masons are here. The top capstones would be, it's all recorded and how it's being taken down. It would be put back in the, well, you might want to speak more specifically. You're doing the work. This is Bernie Lee from Sabrina.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Commission and Mr. Cracknell. As we described in the last meeting, the wall will be cataloged via pictures and a numbering system on the front of the wall. The wall will be constructed, and everything that's visible now, the cap and the wall down to the brick layer will use the same stones that were there before and be constructed in the same manner. So visually it's going to look the same way. The back of the wall is where the enhancement of the reinforcing and the concrete will be placed, which if it were there today, you cannot see. So the two dimensions, the top and the front, will look the way it does now in these photographs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would there be, and it would be a mortared wall. It would be reinforced and it would be mortared, all the joints would be mortared, and it would be structurally declared structurally sound and structurally safe.
Yes, you would not see even the amount of mortar that you see there today. It would look more like the dry laid fashion, because a wall can be constructed with having no mortar flush with the joints, or even troweled or jointed. It's mortared from the back, on the base, on the top, on the bottom, and on the back. So it gives that dry stack appearance and dry laid wall appearance on the front.
Sir, do you, part of the wall, big stones, part of the wall is little stones. How small a stone would you consider going back?
Any stone that's in that wall now is going to go back, regardless of its size.
The things that we might call chinkers, or you're saying are stones?
Yes, when she's referring to the chinkers, she's referring to what might be where they took some smaller rocks and then mortared them in because the wall was leaning vertically. So they pushed what wall they can back, which created a gap that was not a consistent gap. So then they mortared and put, and you can see a specific angle right here where they stuck a rock in and then they mortared it in.
Back here.
Sorry.
Yep.
They stuck a rock in that location and then mortared in the corner to hold those rocks together from either failing or falling out. So those chinkers would go back in, but they would be mortared from behind and adhered from behind with the mortar. So you'd have the same look, but you wouldn't have the mortaring on the front to try and accomplish what they did.
Thank you.
Is it safe to say, not being a mason, but is it safe to say that most of the mortar that you see in this wall was done by maybe somebody that wasn't a mason, or was done as an emergency repair? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that the mortar that we see in that wall, especially lower, et cetera, that was done as a repair type of situation.
Yes, I'm not going to speak to, because I believe a mason did, one of the repairs was done by a mason. I couldn't tell you whether it was or not, but yes, it looks like it's done in an emergency fashion. Now, we need to stop the bleeding and stop the movement, so let's fill it with something, and when you have a gap that gets down to a certain size, putting a stone in there is ineffective, so you're going to put mortar in.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to address the committee, because my recollection, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the last time Mr. Severino, is that your name or is that the company?
I'm sorry, I'm Bernie Lee with Severino.
Bernie. Last time you spoke, I took away that the wall, for various reasons, one of which was that it had evolved over a long period of time, could not be reconstructed the way it is, but that they were actually going to be able to create a better version. The new version would be better. And now what I'm hearing is that it's going to be from the front exactly the same. And I'm wondering did I hear correctly the first time? And if so, what has changed?
What I was addressing then was the emergency repair that the chairman is talking about. It'll be laid back with the same stones, but built in the manner that it was built originally, where you don't see the mortar.
Right,
where they didn't use it because the lime-based mortar, et cetera, they didn't create large joints like you see in a lot of your historic buildings here. The bricks are a lot closer together, and now we've gone to a standard, because of standard brick sizing and standard mortar coursing, everything's 3/8, 3/16. So we're going to achieve a look of the wall that's more original, back to the era it was originally built, and the emergency mortar that's been jammed in these joints is what we're going to take away.
But I'm also, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm remembering that because there were so many different eras, if you will, of placement of stone and so much variability in size and method of placement, that it was going to be impossible to recreate this. Am I misremembering?
I don't think they said impossible, but yes, you're
No,
correct.
I think that was more, I think what we were trying to achieve, part of what got integrated into this wall when it made the repair, some rocks had fallen out, and modern blasted ledge has been incorporated into the wall, and the public had, which we agree with, had made a comment that, well, that's part of, the wall has evolved over time. So we said, all right, well, we'll put the wall back to the way, with all the same stones that are there, so the wall looks exactly the same, but we'll get rid of that mortar that's infused in it. So we still have that same evolution over time.
And one more question, and I think Pat Bagley, are you here? Are you going to be speaking? Is the pictures that she gave to us, for a wall that's compromised and at risk, it seems like there's a lot of heavy material that's being leaned up against the wall during construction.
I believe the back of the wall is, at this point, is coned off after we excavated the test pits. There's 6 or 7 feet that the wall is coned off, that after we found the condition of the wall, there's nothing now stacked behind it.
Okay.
I'm not sure when that picture was taken.
I think she says it was taken this week.
Yeah, the last time I was there was a couple weeks ago. So when I was there, it was coned off, and you could walk behind the wall.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions, comments before I open it up?
I just wanted to say that, Tracy, you were mentioning other walls that have been rebuilt. So you mentioned the Wentworth Gardner Wall, and if you were going to do what they did to the Wentworth Gardner Wall, that'd be fantastic, because a historic mason just worked his way down the wall, replacing only those stones that had come loose. He wasn't removing them and numbering them and hoping that they were all going to get back together again. There was no question about the filling in between the rocks. Once you dismantle that wall, it really is just a facsimile of what was there originally. And all of those repairs are sort of inherent flaws that are part of the wall. So it is really hugely different than some of the walls that have been rebuilt.
Okay.
Just a quick question. You own the wall, or the owner owns the wall, correct? And is responsible for the wall? Has the building department gotten involved in whether this wall is safe and has, that you need to bring it up to code, that you need to make it safe, that it's next to a public pathway, and has the building department said, we're looking at this?
No.
At this time, no.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to open this up to the public now. So if anybody would like to speak about this proposal, please come forward, give your name and address. Because of the amount of people, I would like to limit this to 3 minutes, which is pretty standard amongst the other boards, so please try.
3 millennial minutes, or just... All right, Sue Polydura, Middle Street in Portsmouth. If I remember correctly, way back when this project was being discussed, even the permit for a new building that is going to be in that building, that area, was contingent upon keeping the wall. Consistently, I've heard that. All of a sudden, not surprising to me, the wall needs to come down. Yeah, you have quite a situation here. I went to take a look at it. They dug up probably 6 feet of soil right next to the wall. That alone increased the instability of that wall. I can tell you that. But one of the pictures that you've shown, the one that has the long trench on it, I don't know, Nick, if you can bring it back.
Yep.
Yeah, right there on the left. That trench right there dug out 300 years worth of soil, of history. And there are several bands that are on this, that you can physically see on the terrain that is on the other side of the trench, right there. So you have different bands, show probably different things that were happening historically. At the very bottom, there is a darker layer, is probably something happened there during the fire in 1813. I think it's very safe to assume that because of, ashes, the darkness of it. Now, there was supposed to be an archaeologist in that property the minute that they put a shovel in the ground. That was another stipulation that this commission made. Was there an archaeologist there? What happened to the soil that was taken out? Was anybody taking a look at all those bands and saying, yes, I guess these are different periods in the history of this property that goes back 300 years? That, to the best of my knowledge, and I don't know, all of the things that happened behind the scenes did not happen. So that trench alone, to me, has created a lot of inconsistencies to the stability of that wall. Now, I understand that when they build this, it's going to this is going to get in the way. But I knew that from the beginning, from the very beginning, that this wall was going to get in their way. And this commission kept saying, you had to keep the wall, you had to find ways of safeguarding the stability of it. You had to come back to us and let us know what you're going to do about it. I mean, I think I have a pretty good memory about those things. We have many developers in our city are better at asking forgiveness than they are asking permission. So are we going to do, yes, we're going to say, okay, take it down, you bring it back the way it used to be. Really? Is that what's going to happen? Or are we going to be, a couple of years from now, someone is going to say, oh, I'm sorry, but we couldn't do it. Yeah, we can imagine something happens, it just fell. We've had enough of our history deleted because of this kind of thing. Now, I did write some things, some thoughts, but I would like to know. I mean, you do have a decision to make about this, and considering all the points that you have argued throughout the whole history of the development of this property, I don't feel like we have answers. I don't feel like I have answers. I mean, I'd like to know what happened to that soil. Did anybody look at it? Is there any kind of fragments in there?
So you've asked that question a couple times now.
So-
Can you let some other people express themselves? Thank you.
I would like to be able to take it, just wanted to say, if I can get a copy of that picture, I would like to take a look at it.
Yeah, we've got copies.
Closely, so I don't know if that's
It's
something that Nick
online.
can
You
arrange.
could print it out.
All right. Well, I thank you so much for your attention. And one more remark. During my last meeting that I was here, somebody said about the wall, this is not a museum piece. I don't know who said it, but I remember that. All right? Let me tell you something. The whole historic district in Portsmouth is a museum piece, and you are the curators of it. It's a big open-air museum, and it's there to be safeguarded. So you got to be careful about what you decide on. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. So who's going to stand up first?
I'll try and make this quick. Page Trace, 27 Hancock Street. I ask you to consider not holding the public hearing tonight for the demolition removal of the stone wall to be rebuilt at a future date, for the simple fact that you, the HDC, already had a public hearing on January 4th. The HDC voted no. The developer has come back with how they intended to buttress the wall to be administratively approved. They never did. Publicly, unless you granted the developer approval non-publicly. By the hearing and vote held publicly was no by the HDC. That was January 4th with a legal notice. But the hearing and vote held publicly was no by you. The developer tonight wants a second public hearing on the same issue. This is, in effect, a second bite at the apple. It's against state law by Fisher v. Dover. I ask you to please get the appropriate legal advice on this before you allow the second public hearing, second bite of the apple, to occur on the same issue. The project would have to materially change before you even consider bringing it forward. It has not. The original approval of the entire project by the Zoning Board of Adjustment was given only subject to the wall staying. It's not right to allow the developer's agenda simply because it's more profitable for him. I'd remind you that however brilliant they are, the experts lined up to suggest the wall unstable have been employed by the developer. The developer has already dug with a backhoe along the driveway side to the original grade in a 4-foot wide trench the length of the wall. The wall still stands. Please remember the exterior face of the wall is lined with the sidewalk, which is city property. I believe that this circumstance alone allows the city certain rights. For this reason, I firmly believe one of the most historic sites in the city should remain firmly in situ, certainly until you've sorted out the legal timelines for different boards and that of the HDC. Some of the notices for public hearings for this particular developer have been legally noticed properly. Others have either been pushed off or contained. This is not proper, and we are now holding a hearing on the same topic a second time, and Dover v. Fisher says no. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Good evening. Peter Hood at 280 South Street. Following up on two previous speakers, I ask you, as the historic district, to look at what the effect was of the meeting that you had in January. The assignment was, which was agreed to by the developer's architect, to come back and tell you how they were going to support the wall during construction. That did not happen. We got the same presentation again. Taking the wall apart and putting it back together again alters the history of what we have here. Please hold to what you should be asking for. This wall has 400 years of history in it. To take it down and put it back is altering history. The next thing I would like to address is the 4-foot trench. Did anybody know that that was happening? Do you think that affected the wall? Do you think that affected the stability? I'm not an engineer. I'm not anything as far as can make a judgment here. But I can tell you, putting a piece of large equipment in here, making that size of a trench, just to prove that the wall was unstable and look at it, probably did a lot more damage to it than would have been done if they followed what you had asked. I urge you to vote this down. The other thing that I will bring to your attention is on every one of these projects that has been put forward by a certain developer, we put forward one project, we get it approved with our boards, and then we come back and we change it. This is the perfect example. I urge you, when you approve a project and they tell you something this important is going to stay, hold to what the HDC is supposed to do here. Please support your residents who find this very important. Thank you.
Been spanked here.
Hang on.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Well, wait, there are people with their hands up.
Oh,
Let's start
geez,
with
that would be more
Pat
important.
Bagley. Pat?
Thank you, Nick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for listening to another broken record. And I'm not speaking about myself. If you are as tired as we are of hearing again about the inconvenient wall, well, that's exactly the point. Are we not supposed to notice the wear them down strategy? A public hearing during a vacation week? The development team lied to you, and by extension, they lied to us. They not only said that the wall would be preserved, but that it was in good condition. You approved this project with that understanding. Recently, a crew member on the Treadwell job site told a friend of mine that there's nothing about the wall that's historic. He also said, people don't know it, but it's coming down. The Court Street wall has stood minding its own business, and perhaps ours, for over 3 centuries. Now, in 2023, the wall is an inconvenience to one person who expects you to approve its destruction. You are tasked with deciding whether or not to deconstruct history, and that is all. There will be no reconstructing history. That would be impossible. Thank you for listening.
All right. Who else
Next,
do we have, Nick?
Barbara Jenny? Barbara?
Hi, thank you. So, yeah, ditto. I have lots of questions about the intent of the developer, and I own 94 Pleasant Street across the street and attended a meeting that they held about potential blasting in the future and noise. And at one point, the woman running the meeting for McNabb said, oh, well, yeah, of course the wall has to come down. We have to take it down. So it's clearly cheaper for them to not have the wall there to move forward with their construction. At the last meeting where you made a decision, when somebody brought up the fact that, the developer, if they find it too expensive to move forward, can abandon the project. And there were folks on your committee that scoffed at that. But that is an option. That is absolutely an option. And I'm appalled that we're here again when you've already made a decision. And there is an important authenticity to this original wall. I sent you an email quoting Walter Benjamin, a famous philosopher, about the aura of the authentic, and who wrote, "The element is your original's unique presence in time and space and entails the visible marks left by the passage of time and the history of which the object has been subjected to throughout its existence." Right? And any reproduction or facsimile is not the original. So I'm not sure why we're even here wasting time again when the decision was already made that the wall needs to be shored up. I certainly would like the committee or the planning board to look into whether there should be fines for this trench that was dug. That certainly poses a threat to the stability of the wall, and certainly reminds me of the firehouse just across the way, where incompetent builders over demoed, and then the whole thing had to come down. So I really ask you to do your job and look back and say, no, we already made a decision. The wall will stay, and you will keep the promises you made. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. There's more. Jeff Barbie. Jeff, do you have your hand up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. So I live at 224 State Street. I'm one of the abutters. I'm actually standing in my living room right now looking at the wall as I speak to you. The wall is there and the building is not. So as far as I'm concerned, this is not a new building with a wall problem. It's a wall with a new building problem. And if you scroll up 2 pages, there's an email from John Tiernan Consulting, and it says proposed construction will require bedrock removal to approximately 7 feet below the base of the existing wall. And the existing wall is almost 7 feet high, so we're talking about a 14-foot hole in the ground through granite and bedrock. And if digging a hole that size is going to damage the existing historical assets around it, which have been there for over 300 years, to the point that we have to deconstruct them entirely, then maybe we just shouldn't dig the hole. And maybe building the largest structure that we can possibly fit on the lot is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Whalen. Peter Whalen?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Thank you, commissioners. I kind of find it hard to believe that we're back here tonight discussing this, because the commission did take a vote January 4th that said the wall was going to be preserved, and the contractor was supposed to come back with a plan to show how he was going to keep the wall and do the construction. And lo and behold, a week or two ago, the contractor digs a trench, 4-foot deep trench along the side of the wall. And I want to know, did they come to the HDC and ask about it? I mean, I understand it's his property, but the HDC is a quasi-judicial board that should not be holding a second public hearing. We had the public hearing on the wall on January 4th. Now you're giving this developer a second bite at the apple. I just find this very disturbing. The HDC, I've lived here since '91 on Gate Street, and the HDC is just, you've got to protect this city. That's why Portsmouth is Portsmouth. This developer is all about profit. He doesn't want to preserve this wall. The previous speaker said they're going to go 7 feet below the wall into the bedrock. It'll destroy this wall. This wall is going to come down. He's going to take it down. and that's just wrong. And the HTC needs to step up, follow your charter, get some backbone, and make sure that we preserve this 300-year-old wall in Portsmouth. So I know that you'll do the right thing, and I appreciate all your hard work. I know it's not easy. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. That's it for the hands.
Gotta stay. Stay.
Yeah.
I gotta vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yep.
I just want to clarify a couple of things. I am impressed by the passion and interest in the history of the city, and I thank everybody for their comments on the wall. I agree with you. It's a super important wall. I don't agree with you that you think we're lying, we're trying to take it down because of profit, because that is simply not true. Happy to discuss that with you if you wish, but it is not the case. Also, at the January 4th meeting, the stipulation was that we come back with a shoring plan, and our goal at that time was to develop a shoring plan that would protect it, and if during the course of that shoring plan we saw that the wall was at risk, that it would in fact come down, and that was part of the approval. And this is the same thing tonight, and we have found through investigating the engineering in the back of the wall that there is risk, and we do not want to take the risk of the wall falling down in a disheveled manner in which we cannot document it and put it back the way it was. The ultimate goal is to have the wall the way it is now forever. So this is the best way to do that. The trench in the back of the wall was part of the investigation to determine the stability and integrity of the wall. The stones do not carry, some of the voids carry through, the stones do not. The foundation upon which the wall sits is uneven. It's higher on one side and lower on the other, which creates a line of shear force throughout the wall, which is one of the many factors which makes it fall over every few years. The trench there was dug about 10 years ago for the same purpose, and at that time, John Wostrom was the mason. He trenched it just as it is now, so that's not virgin soil. That was backfilled 10 years ago. At that time, it was noted, and you can see it again in the photos, the back side of that wall is fully dressed, meaning it was a full freestanding wall when constructed. We've talked about this before. I just wanted to remind those who may have missed the meetings. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
wait.
please.
Did you close the public
No,
hearing?
I didn't close
Okay.
it. No, you-
No, sorry, I thought we were done.
Hello again, Marie Bodie. Here I will be speaking on behalf of McNabb Properties, and I was present at that meeting January 4th. And I do think that the commission will recall that there was some conversation and discussion, and various approaches were thrown out at the development team while we were here that evening. And as a result of some of the discussion that was being undertaken by the board, our development team sort of had a side conference on the side here, and I believe that what we are presenting this evening is a result of trying to do more due diligence and to present you all with more professional experience and information, which was something that you as a commission had talked about, whether you should get your own third-party consultant to review this matter. Yes, we do take things upon ourselves as developers, and I think you all, many people disagree and don't think kindly of some of the development projects that we have done in this city. However, I think you will not find anyone that will spend the time, the money, the energy, the resources, and have the passion that Mark does for restoring, improving, and bettering the city. It is a historic city. We appreciate the historic wall. We are trying to do everything that we can to conserve it, maybe not entirely preserve it, but we do want to continue to have that in our design going forward. So it is a little give and a little take, and we are coming before the board. I'm kind of surprised to hear that we supposedly didn't follow protocol with public hearing and meetings and such. I'm sure that doesn't fall on the developer. It falls to the boards that we've presented to. And I know that I receive all the abutter notices for the company for anything that we are nearby. And, again, I'm kind of shocked by that. So I'd like you just to consider that little sidebar conversation that we had on the intention, and that we do intend to conserve and preserve as best we can. Thank you.
Okay, we have somebody else. I haven't closed it yet.
Yep.
Come on in.
Doug Tilton, 58 Middle Road, but I'm here as representing Temple Israel, the Vice President of the House Committee. And I just more have a question about because we share a property line, if the work on the wall, which follows our property line, will follow some of the same description of the construction or the work on the wall would also be on the other part. You can see it in one of those pictures where it turns at the 90 degree and goes up the property line. And I'm wondering if the process would be similar for that part of the wall as it would be on Court Street. That part where the flag is up that way. Some of the wall right there looks similar to the part on Court Street, but then it kind of tapers up because of the slope, and a lot of the walls have kind of fallen asunder. But I was just wondering what the process would be there.
Tracy?
Thank you. Sir, the wall will be reconstructed from that street corner you see there all the way back to the other corner that abuts you where the large tree is. So that wall will be completely reconstructed. Parts of it are missing now, actually. Parts of it have fallen down. So it'll be constructed in the same manner.
Okay. So now it's time.
Okay, thank you. There's obviously a wide difference between how people perceived the last meeting regarding the subject. And my understanding at the time was that they were to go back and get some experts and find out what the options were. There wasn't an explicit statement made that if there are no other good options, we are thereby giving you the go-ahead to tear that wall down. I don't think that was ever said.
No, that's why they're here.
No.
Yeah, but Tracy alluded to the fact that we had said if it's the only possible option, that we're going to give you that approval, and I don't think that was ever done. And so here it's Groundhog Day, and I just wanted.
I'd like.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just would like to speak to the process-related questions, maybe to clear the air and have us refocus our efforts on the proposal in front of us. As far as I understand, there is no requirement for a building permit or HDC approval to dig the trench, regardless of its impact, if any, on the structural integrity of the wall. So I wasn't aware they dug the trench. I don't think anybody else was in City Hall because they didn't need a permit to do that, at least not under the HDC rules of procedure or any of the permitting here. Obviously, if the wall was to have toppled, they would need to come in here to deal with the toppled wall. But it doesn't appear to have toppled. It was part of the, I think you've been clear, and I think Johanna's right. You presented in January a proposal to remove and replace the wall. And my recollection is you retracted that based on feedback from this commission and the public, as you've stated tonight. So in fact, the decision of that January meeting was to reevaluate on your side again the structural integrity of the wall with the clear goal in mind of shoring it up so it doesn't have to be removed and replaced. That's what was decided in January. So my recollection of looking at even this application is there's at least three pieces of new evidence as a result of your efforts from January to tonight. You've got a structural engineering report on the risks inherent in his mind of shoring that wall and what you may or may not end up with after you've done the utility work, the blasting, and the excavation behind the wall. And that engineer has determined he can give no guarantee when that shoring's removed that that wall isn't going to topple. That's, again, I'm at 50,000 feet maybe in interpreting the report. But we have a structural engineering report about that, the stability of the wall. You did the trenching investigation to evaluate further the usefulness of that report and whether you could shore that wall. And you did a risk assessment of shoring, and you're here tonight because that risk assessment has indicated to you through your third-party professionals that there's a substantial risk that that wall is not going to be in good shape after you do the hole ramming of the granite that's underneath it and behind it, that you now know is right underneath it because you excavated, which you didn't know in January. So there's new information that you've brought to this commission. And when you brought it to me for filing, you're here for a public hearing because it was clear this was not the admin approval that was agreed upon in January, which would not require notice or to abutters or be scheduled as a public hearing because it was a shoring. So we scheduled a public hearing tonight to look at something different with new information. And I think in fairness perhaps to the members of the public that feel like this is somehow a Fisher versus Dover problem, that it's a repetitive petition, I think it makes sense for the commission prior to voting, should they vote either up or down on the reconstruction proposal, that they vote as to whether they have the sole determination under Fisher versus Dover to determine whether there's a material change in your application. And I think there is, based on that new information. That doesn't mean it leads, in my mind or any of theirs, to approval of the proposal. But I think in fairness to everyone in the room, including the applicant, the commission should first determine whether there's sufficiently different evidence before you now than January that Fisher versus Dover, which is the repetitive petition case that doesn't allow you to continue to keep coming back with the same proposal, nullifies your ability to even be here. I think it's incumbent on this commission to make that determination and then either stop the proceeding or continue the proceeding and not talk about Fisher versus Dover.
It's 3 minutes, Rick.
Nick, another
would you like to
process
speak?
question. Now, if they were to take the wall down and restore it, and just let's say they walked away from it after it had been taken down, could their occupancy permit be withheld?
Oh, yeah.
So there is not this fact that no one is going to build a building, spend millions of dollars, not build this wall so that they don't get an occupancy permit. I just don't see it.
Well, and that may be the case, and if there are probably dozens of ways to ensure compliance, surety, guarantee that that wall is not only done right, but it's done beyond just the occupancy permit being it's one means of surety, but there are probably others that could be
Similar
worked
to a
out.
bond.
And I would say the last process question for you folks, if you get through the Dover versus Fisher versus Dover question, that there has or has not been a material change in what's been submitted, is it is certainly within your purview to hire a third-party structural engineer to confirm or reject or modify what's been presented here, should you feel. We've done that, obviously, with the Times Building. We did it with the house on Prospect Street. You've got the ability to do that should you need it. So, just putting that out there.
May I speak to that? That was brought up in January, the possibility of the committee doing that. So, but what we have now is a consultant paid for by the petitioner, and I'm wondering how Fisher versus Dover addresses that. Is that
Not relevant to Fisher versus Dover.
Okay.
Typically what happens, just to complete that, we have historically, and it makes sense to me the way we've done it, we only hire a third-party reviewer to review someone else's work product. We don't hire people to do their work.
Right.
We hire people to review their work and keep them honest. That's the purpose. So we were not in a position in January to hire a third-party person to review nothing that's been presented. Now we have a structural report.
Yeah.
And we have a documentation here of the trench and the conditions of that wall. That's what you'd have reviewed should you choose to do it.
So,
And we would choose that
speaking of the change in the, what is expected today, tonight, that 2 months ago, it was, as far as rebuilding the wall goes, he said that he was going to go and take stones out that he thought were more appropriate from the other wall, which is not going to be rebuilt, the one that's facing State Street, for lack of a better direction. And he was going to harvest stones from that wall and replace stones. And what he said half an hour, 45 minutes ago, is that he is going to put all the stones back in the way that they are now, including some stones that are not appropriate. They're not granite, or they're busted off pieces of ledge, or whatever stones somebody came up with. And that he was going to dry lay these with the mortar on the backside. And to me, that is a substantial change than going and harvesting big stones, because obviously, he's not going to go out and harvest little stones. He's going to get big pieces of granite so that the wall could be rebuilt quickly. I think that when people are talking about the fact that this is that he's being cheap on this, just these consulting. We now have 3 engineers here, by the way, Arcove and Turner and somebody else, and to take this thing down and store it off site and rebuild it the way that he said that he was going to do. This is not cheap. This is quality work, and so I that's my opinion of the difference between the proposal this month and the proposal in January.
I'll just say, I agree with you. I think they're asking for a different thing here. I was not, as you said, I was not happy with the idea of rebuilding a look-alike wall that was, somewhat appropriate, but this is different. It is much more expensive than trying to shore up the wall and keep it there as it is. It's a huge task to number and label and everything, all of these stones, and then put them back the way they are. To me, it's a totally different, I'm willing to vote on this because it's a different application.
Anyone else want to get into the difference?
Yeah, I would just agree. I believe this is a lot more evidence, and the proposal to come back and restore what is there is totally different than what was proposed last time, so I agree.
I also agree.
Do you want a motion second and vote?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
A couple of comments. I am kind of put off by the fact that someone went to the point of digging a trench, the length of the wall, the depth of the wall, and never called. I don't understand why, considering the contentious nature of our process and the public's interest, that you held all of that opportunity to yourselves, which certainly feeds, to my mind, into the concerns that some of the people have voiced tonight as to your interests in this. I just think it's bad behavior.
Yeah.
And shouldn't in any manner be compensated. Now, trying to put
Yeah.
the sensible guy's hat on, which
Yeah.
is weak for me.
we're not here to punish people.
That's not the point, I got it. But at the
right.
same point, this is a punishing situation, I think, for all of us.
Okay.
If what I see now is so, and I have my own opinions of things, pardon me, I've been at this for a while, I feel like I have justification for my opinions on things. If I see better, I would be much more certain. But what looks like to me, if you recall my conversations from some time back, that the wall looks like it was built in stages. I don't believe that wall was built 6 feet tall in one motion. And the coursing of it suggests that for certainty to me. When I look inside the trench, I see soil zones, which makes me believe that that lot was filled at different times with different materials. That's where we see the different colors. It's not much. We get one little picture. Thank you very much. Looking at the interior surface of the wall, I believe, as was speculated by the applicant, unfortunately, I had no proof, but I believe, from what I can see, I wish I could see better, that this wall was open on both sides. I would say probably more than once as it worked its way up. So, in effect, what we've got here is a wall that was never built to support the amount of load that's against it from the parking area, and certainly is in no position to go in perpetuity to support that load, the excavations, the removal of stone, the insertion of drainage. It's not the wall that you think it is. It's not the wall that I thought it was a month ago when we had our previous meeting. So I think we're asking this wall to do something, hold all this material back without any chance of reinforcing it or strengthening it. I think that's a mistake. I think that our forebearers have left us a little teeny bit of a ticking time bomb, and you have dug it up. And I think that doing something responsible about it is a good thing for our community. And I'll take whatever hit there is from the public and say that I think that the plan before us makes as much sense as any that could be devised. I would be offended personally if someone told me that I was incapable of rebuilding a stone wall like that. So I can imagine, sir, that you feel much the same way. We need some follow-through. It'd be nice to have a little bit more confidence than I've got right now, but I'm prepared to move forward on this.
Thank you. Karen, you've, canceled an appointment. What do you feel?
Well, I don't like it. I don't see how the wall will ever be able to be rebuilt. It will be just a facsimile, in my opinion. I've worked with many rebuilt walls, and when you, like I said, the Wentworth Gardner wall was built in place, one stone at a time. Hauling those stones out of there, how will they ever be documented? How will we ever know? How will that ever be achieved? Who's going to oversee that process? I mean, we had a trench that was dug, and there was nobody there to oversee that. So who's really going to do that? How will we know when that wall is rebuilt? Will it just be like, well, it doesn't look the same. It's too late. I would be much more in favor of analyzing the situation and finding out if there is a way to safely do it. Okay. And I don't feel like we have that. I feel like the experts, that's great, but they may be on the payroll of the developer, and I'd rather have somebody independent look at it.
Whenever.
Yeah.
I have comments too, whenever.
You go first.
I was just going to say, I agree with Dave 100%. I had talked to John Wostrom when this came back to us several years ago, and he had said that he had done work on this wall, yes, had dug on the backside, opened up the backside, saw that it was dressed, came to the conclusion that it was a freestanding wall originally, not a retaining wall. It was also originally a dry stack wall, which especially is not a good retaining wall. And so I agree. For the function that this wall is going to serve in the present and in the future, I'm looking forward into the future as what our best option is for keeping the wall. Tracy has said that they're willing to just shore it up and do the work and see what happens when they take the shoring off. Maybe it'll be fine, but again, it's not going to last because it's not meant to hold that. It's not meant to do what we're asking it to do anymore. And like I said at the last meeting, neither of these options are perfect. Neither of these options that we're talking about are good. So it's kind of, you have to take the best path forward that will be the best preservation methods for the future. And if you can't preserve it, then you replicate it the best you can. And it will be a replication, but at least you're using the actual stones that are there.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with a lot what's been said with Commissioner Rudig, with Commissioner Adams. And I do look at all these reports and understand that the client has spent a lot of money, asking professionals for their opinion. And I have to respect those opinions, and I have to, obviously I trust my fellow commissioners as well and their expertise, especially the chair. Originally, I was supportive of taking this wall apart and numbering each stone and having it be replaced in kind to the best of their ability. I think that is the best option to preserve this wall. That's what I thought originally, because they had expressed their concern that the blasting, the wall might tumble down. And that's the last thing I would want to see, is the wall tumble down. So I agree with what's been said. I think this is, yes, it's not ideal. Life often isn't ideal, but to save this wall and have it not come crumbling down, that would be the last thing I'd want to have, or even fall on someone, or something like that. So I have to think of all those variables and listen to the experts, and that's my analysis.
Thank you very much. Okay, one more. Let's go. You want to speak?
I want to speak, but
No, she wants to speak.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, go.
Okay. I'm a preservationist, obviously we all are, that's why we're here, but we also have to look to the future. This is a very contentious issue. There's a lot of public interest. I think it would be premature to call a vote at this point without hiring an expert whose main focus is not to tell a developer what he wants to hear. Nothing against you. I'm sure you're top of your craft. But I think it would be better to hire a preservationist who has a vast fund of knowledge around the subject so that we're not speculating. There's still a high degree of speculation going on here. And that's all I want to say.
Yes, Mark.
I would just say it shouldn't be contentious. This should be means and methods. We want to preserve the wall. We want to protect the wall. Is the North Steeple a facsimile? Because that's been totally rebuilt. A lot of things in this town have been rebuilt, and I don't look at them as facsimiles, especially this wall. Now, I knew you would be back because we left you. It was very irresponsible. I won't say irresponsible. It was unrealistic that you were not going to do anything and walk away from this wall and it was going to be fine. That's not how things are done. So I support the preservation of this wall by the dismantling it and the rebuilding of the wall. And I think it'll be the right thing to do for the wall. If you want to save the wall, you got to do this. You can't just walk away from it.
Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing. Wait.
Can I just close it down? I see I'm outgunned here, but I just want to say that I did feel after January that they would come back with a proposal that for whatever it would entail to try to preserve the wall. Now, if it didn't, then I guess maybe the bad is on us. But I look at all the sidewalks that I've had to deal with that have been closed because of the developers' projects over the past several years. I'm wondering, why couldn't the sidewalk on Court Street there be closed and that be a buttress on one side and buttressed on the other side? Is there a possibility that that could be saved? And I don't feel like that has been fully flushed out. I feel like we've sort of skipped over it because 3 people have said it's in bad shape. And I'm not going to vote for it because I don't feel confident.
All right, I am going to close this public hearing. The vote that's on the floor is essentially for the rebuilding of this wall.
First, you should take a vote that there's been a material change in the application.
Oh, okay.
Which allows it to be back before you. And get
Mr.
us-
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to call for a vote of confidence from the commission that the digging of the trench and the demonstration of the interior conditions of the wall represent a significant change that allow us to take another view of this project before us.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
No?
No, make that
Does
2.
that
I'm
include,
against.
did Fisher go
Hang
over?
on, yes. So it is a 5-2 vote,
Okay,
so it can proceed.
all right, thank you. So now, I'm looking for a motion to approve this project.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposal to rebuild the wall, deconstruct and then reconstruct the wall. And
Exactly.
looking for a second, exactly the way it is as proposed tonight.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All righty. We need something back up here.
Thank you.
Conservation of historic materials.
Conservation of historic materials, preservation of the integrity of the district, and it's compatible with the, it's related to the historic and architectural value of the existing structure.
All righty.
Can I suggest a stipulation?
Yep.
That the so-called documentation plan be submitted to the commission for administrative approval, so it's very clear who's doing what and how that wall's going to be rebuilt in its existing form. So there's at least clarity on that.
I would also ask that a section be provided that shows the drainage, that shows the footing, what you're proposing for the preservation of the wall.
A documentation plan and associated construction details.
Okay, those are stipulations. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And against?
Against.
Against.
2 against.
5-2.
5-2, all right. Are we needing a break now?
Probably.
So moved.
Okay, so moved.
5
We're gonna
minutes?
take a break. Okay, we're all back here, I think. So we have number 6, petition of David A. Sinclair and Nicole J. Giusto, owner for property located at 765 Middle Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the new construction of a detached garage with living space above as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 148 as Lot 37 and lies within General Residence A and Historic Districts. Who here is to present this?
Good evening. Jennifer Ramsey with Soma Studios on behalf of the applicant, Dave, who is here tonight, as well as Victoria Breed is here from Woodburn and Company for landscaping, if you have any questions about that. So we presented to you, I think it was 2 months ago, as a work session. The application is quite similar in format. The heavy lifting in the front is all the civil drawings. This project did go before the Board of Adjustments for variances, as well as the Technical Advisory Committee, and it will go before planning. So a lot of what you see in here is all the technical data of the before, the after, drainage resolutions, plantings, and I can talk a little bit about that, but it's less about the architecture. So I'll jump to the second part of the package. So I don't know if you want to scroll. It's the first sheet that's labeled Architecture Sheet 1, Nick, and it's probably like 12 pages in or something. Yeah, that'll be the next one. There we go. So starting with this sheet, which does talk about the architecture, we give you the floor plans first and second, and as the application reads, this is a first floor garage space. Above that, there's an apartment. The garage space has parking for that apartment above. There's 2 car spots for the main property, the main house, and then there's an adjacent space that we're calling the garden room. It's going to be used more as living space, but it could be used for car parking. Changes on this plan view per the last time we met is we did make the deck on the left-hand side of the drawing. We reduced that in depth off the building by 2 feet, so it is closer to the building. And you'll see that in the renderings, and you'll also see some changes to the elevation as a result. So the second sheet, as you can see on the screen, is the apartment above. As we mentioned last meeting, there is an interior stair as well as an exterior stair that does access this apartment, and there's a separate stair to the back left of the drawing that accesses an office space, which is private and to be used by the owner of the property. And that's where that deck has been reduced as well. Sheet 3 and I believe 4, perhaps 5, shows the elevations. So on sheet 3, we made an effort to photograph details of the existing buildings on the site. These details are going to be replicated on this new garage structure. The details that have changed, to be noted here, would be we have increased the height of a parapet wall on that, the deck on the left-hand side of the east elevation. This is a detail that is extrapolated from the front deck on the main house. So we're recreating that, and we're putting a shorter railing system on top of it. So that provides privacy to the person on the deck, privacy to people below and around the property. And it also allows us to bring one more detail in. In addition to that detail, what it springs from, and this is a detail that is very prevalent on the main house, also prevalent, though less, voluptuous, if you will, on the existing carriage house, is this the soft sweep detail that goes over the windows and some different fenestration on the main house. So we're actually using that, and it's shown far better in the colored rendering, the colored elevations on the renderings. But the base of our second floor will sweep out, and as it comes across, the garage doors and the primary windows and entry doors on these primary elevations, it swales out a bit. There's a soft curve which creates a soffit over those points of entry. That detail is what's considered number 6 on this page. We're calling it a horizontal trim and sweep detail. So that's added new. Over the main garage doors, the hay bale door, if you will, has been made smaller, and the windows have been separated up in that gable dormer. So we've delineated those 2 features. Excuse me. Additionally, so on let's say what is this? The east, the north and the east, both these elevations are the 2 that showed all of these new details in most prominence, I would say. And if there's any questions about the details, most of these were also presented 2 months ago, so I can go back through those. I'm just highlighting the changes that we had discussed. Sheet 4 is the rear facing elevations, south and west. These face neighbors' yards predominantly. We did add that sweep over the garage man door, if you will, door 1 on the south elevation. And you can also see again that we've introduced that horizontal band that separates the first floor from the second floor, that gentle sweep, and then also the parapet wall over the deck is shown there. Sheet 5 has kind of a spread out elevation view. This is not really how you'd read the drawing, but it is showing you all the sides in one view. And then more importantly, it has our details. So the details on this page are going to only include features that are not currently on the property, which are very few, in fact. So we have introduced a bracket detail over the entry doors on the second floor. And then we have a column here that is part of that, that covered deck area. This column, in fact, has been extrapolated from columns that sit on the farmer's porch or on the covered porch of the main house. We've adjusted the proportions a bit, but basically it does take its cues from existing columns on the property as well. And then we have our window and door types as typical and elevation views. The next sheet, because it's hard to show some of these details on the black and white CAD drawings, we had 2 elevations rendered directly from the renderings, and we're just giving you those kind of in a standalone view. And here, because of the shadow lines they can show with the shingles, you get a little bit of a stronger sense of how that sweeping swale condition occurs. What we thought, and I want to comment on this because we discussed it before, like the heft of the building. And I think it was Martin who had brought up this comment last time. Part of the thought in extending that parapet wall was not just for the privacy, but it kind of starts to extend the building a little bit more versus making it feel, I think the reference was having shoulders. So we're hoping that by extending this shingled wall out a little bit, it's going to extend the sense of the building in a positive way. So you have 2 views that are rendered in this vacuum, if you will, before we get onto the renderings of the building in context. On this sheet, I had them put both existing and proposed. You're seeing proposed is going to be on the left, existing is on the right. So you can see the most prominent views, which would be from town sidewalks and the neighboring property. So the first sheet there is showing the most common view of the lot. And you can see the new addition sits back quite a bit. I want to mention there is a playground kind of in the foreground of that, which kind of dissuades what you're actually seeing. But that new garage structure is set in the far back of the lot. We were able to locate it there by virtue of variance, so it's tucked back in there. And again, all of our exterior finishes, siding, colors, all those schemes and the details, they are matching. So it's really tying itself to the main home. The next view is the entry view off of the side street there, Lincoln. So you're seeing the existing on the right, the proposed on the left. And again, it's tucked back in there. The shape of the building, though it does look large in a plan view, when you see it in elevation, the way it curves around, it creates a nice courtyard space. So again, it's tucked in the back. It's creating a private courtyard space for this property. I think it's also adding some amenities that are necessary for a multifamily property like this is. And then the final rendering is from, 733 Middle Street. So this is what you'll see. Most of our changes, I think, are reflected here in that we pulled the deck back 2 feet. We've given it a parapet wall for privacy, which is gives us a lesser rail. And we've also shown there's going to be a newly proposed row of arborvitae there to create some separation and privacy. And I want to make mention just beyond there's the tall white fence here, and it returns, and it looks like there's a gate in there for this resident to walk into the backyard. Beyond that white fence, there is a continuation of a fence that runs down the property line. So it's not totally open one property to the next. There is a separation. We're not currently proposing to rebuild that fence to match the white one. Perhaps in the future that would be the decision, but there is a fence there that has separated the properties as well as the landscaping. And then the last sheets here are the spec sheets for our different materials. We have our garage door system, to be done in a wood mahogany-like finish. Marvin windows are around the property. Marvin entry doors for the main entry doors. We have a Simpson barn door for that back man door for the garage, the utilitarian door. And then in your package, beyond these specifications, you have, I think, 9 letters of abutters support. That's 2 more since the last time we met. And there's also 2 letters of support from real estate agents in town who have long operating history, supporting the fact that this is in a neighborhood that does have a number. I think we decided 37% of this neighborhood is multifamily properties. So this one is not out of sorts with its surrounding, the demographic and the density, if you will. Do we have any questions? I know we covered a lot of this 2 months ago. Some new details.
Any questions here on my right? Rich? David?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to put it in the form of a question, and I'm having a little bit of trouble, but a lot of paving. I think the thing that's, to me, stands out, it's an excellent design.
Thank you.
I think that the sense of compatibility to the existing structure, the creation of a courtyard, I think these are all exciting things. The price that we're paying for it is an awful lot of paving. And is that a sentiment that anyone else has shared? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, let me look at the landscape plan, because I think, again, seeing it, there's that one rendering that shows you the approach.
L1 tells the story pretty well.
Yep. And I don't know if, Vicki, you have any, you can speak to it? You want to speak to it instead of me?
Good evening, I'm Vicki Martell from Woodburn and Company. Yeah, if you want to bring up the landscape plan there. So there's certainly, the driveway is expanded to access that rear building, and that's certainly out of necessity. And I don't want to overstep by speaking to the civil engineer's plans, but while there is an increase in impervious surfaces, my understanding is that the amount of treatment that's occurring is greater and better than the existing condition. So there's a catchment structure underneath the driveway, as well as a rain garden to the left of the driveway, that's going to capture and treat a lot of that stormwater runoff. So the drainage condition and the treatment of that stormwater runoff is better in the proposed condition versus the existing condition, and I think that offsets the increase in the impervious coverage on the lot.
As much as a concern as impermeability, is also the
Aesthetic.
just just the amount of asphalt. Do we? I mean, I guess do we need so many parking spaces here? It just has the asphalt, the proposed asphalt here, it gives it much more of an institutional look to me than this family yard.
Certainly. So in terms of the parking spaces that are closest to the road, those are existing paved areas that are already present on site. So the added asphalt is to access the garage bays in the rear of the property. And the applicant, and he can speak to this more if you'd like, his intention is to not install asphalt, but to put in decorative concrete pavers. And those are represented in the rendering. So while we can't 100% bind to that decision, that is certainly his intention and what he would like to do more moving forward with the project, and that's shown in the renderings as well, if you'd like to look at that.
I mean, I having looked at this, I think at TAC, I think that the board needs to decide whether asphalt is appropriate in contrast to the pavers, because they have a very different aesthetic to that streetscape from Lincoln. Looking in the site, I'm guessing you did that for cost considerations, but given the ask for the carriage house, it's certainly got to be considered here whether your pavement is acceptable.
David Sinclair, sounds like you can hear me just fine here. I totally get your sentiment, Dave. A couple of issues with this is, right now it's a 3-family, and we're adding a 4th. City ordinances make us have 7 spots for 4 units. Additionally, with city ordinance says, anytime you have more than 2 units, you have to be able to head in and head out with the cars. So as much as I hate taking up so much yard, it's required based on the plan. You have to be able to turn around and head out as well as head in.
Just, Dave, to that point, I mean, you obviously need that much parking for 4 units.
Yeah, it's
And
7.
you need that much pavement or mountable surface to get anything other than a Fiat 500 or whatever it is in and out of the garage. So this isn't overly paved or pavered in order to support 4 units of housing in this location. So, you know, I think the ordinance and the market are pretty much aligned, and you've done, I think, a pretty good job minimalizing. If you had Ford 150s here, this wouldn't work.
No.
So
there's going to be some.
So what you see is what you. This is, to me, a minimalist approach, not a maximum. It's not ordinance driven. It's reality driven. So the question that needs to be answered is it appropriate to be paved versus pavers in that configuration? Because there's no real room to reduce it.
My intent is to pave it. However, it's $144,000 to put pavers down. Yes, to put pavers down is $144,000. I would guess, and I've done jobs this size at other locations in Portsmouth, and it's about $20,000 to use asphalt. So my intention and my desire is to put pavers down. It really is. It's hard to make that decision at this point with interest rates where it is, where builders are where they are, and the economy where it is. So I was kind of hoping with that to not have to make the decision tonight on that, if I could.
Excuse me.
Problem that I've got, sir, is I've got to make that decision tonight.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
Is this in our purview? I don't, you know, pavers and
Pavers versus
surface?
pavement.
Okay. Just stand for, okay.
It's permanent.
Any other questions?
I'll just ask one. So the deck I'm noticing on to the left, and I noticed the picture picture you have from 733 Middle Street.
Yes.
It just seems that deck is just kind of giving them a nice view of the neighbor's yard, you know?
It was worse than the last iteration. We've reduced it down, and it was all railing before, which we all discussed would be provide less privacy for both the person on the deck and the person in the adjacent yard. So we pulled it back. We put in a parapet wall, a solid enclosure, which is in shingles to wrap around with less railing above it. So if you're sitting on that deck, you're not looking down into the yard, you're looking out across. And then we also installed, is it 8 or 10, 12 arborvitae along that? The number.
Oh, at least 10 or 12.
Okay, we have a number of arborvitae at a height of 8 to 10 feet. Yes. So I don't know if that you actually have, maybe, Nick, the previous rendering from the last time we were here. Okay, so
Yeah, no.
we've actually reduced this app, you know, the asset you're talking about here considerably in the best interest of the neighbor and for the homeowners using it.
I mean, I wasn't at the previous
I
meeting.
know.
So this is, I'm just comparing to what I see.
Sure.
Against nothing, to what's, there currently.
Of course, yeah.
But this looks to me, I see the trees that are,
Yep.
the idea to screen. To me, that looks like, hey, someone's going to have a very nice view of my backyard.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I just don't see how that would enhance property values
Sure.
in the neighborhood.
Mhm.
But that would be my concern. And the trees don't seem, they're okay, but they're not really providing any more screening. I don't, yeah. It's a concern of mine. Yeah.
I should mention, this has come up before, but I'll just remind the board, the location of, this would be evident on the civil drawings, the location of the white fence that does separate the two properties right now is actually, I think it's 4 feet. The fence is 4 feet further on. We could move the fence further onto the 733 property because we are basically giving them some space. So we could move the fence, take away some of their the perceived driveway, and put in different plantings, which may be like the trees that we have there now. That's not our intent to disturb anyone else's space, what they're used to having, but in fact, where that fence is misleading in terms of where the property line actually is. So we're not looking to disturb anything outside the fence and working with the space we have.
So I just have a quick question,
Yeah.
given we brought it up at the last meeting.
Mhm.
Only as a suggestion, and clearly you've pursued some of the suggestions.
Yeah.
I know I brought it up, but I don't know where it landed with everyone else up here. But it seemed to me advantageous to recess, if possible, this deck off the outside wall of the building to give a little more relief to the property line. And if you look at look at the pointer up there, the idea of shaving some off in order to, it's a pretty big deck. I think it's good you remove the 2 feet, but I'm not even a voting member. But, trying to create some relief along this long wall.
Right, we did consider that. The reason we didn't is because underneath that deck, you can see the stairs coming down there. That deck is also providing covered entry for a set of stairs that goes up on that side. So if we were to reduce it down, it starts to impact that, but then we have a door that's outside of a covered area that's accessing a space above. So it felt more appropriate to keep it the length it was and reduce it in.
So there's a door here?
There's a door there that goes up, a set of stairs into the,
So I mean, I'll shut up, but I would pull it back 36 inches and put a little, if you need cover for the door, you've got the ability to add that in that 3-foot recessed deck, so you can get in there. Anyway,
Yeah.
there's ways to
There are ways.
address that.
I mean, you've already got a 3-foot shingle wall as your railing. Why don't you make it a privacy wall? Why isn't it a 6-foot wall?
a 6-foot wall around the deck?
No.
Oh.
Just on the property line side.
I think there's a 6-foot wall, and then beyond that, there's a fence of a different material. Is it as tall, Dave? There's an existing fence that does wrap the entire property.
No.
You're talking about.
I'm not
Cut
talking
that
about
out.
the fence,
Cut
I'm
that off,
talking
yeah.
about the deck.
Railing.
The railing.
Yeah, instead of a railing, why isn't it a privacy wall?
Well, they're 2/3, 1/3 now.
Yes, exactly. So it's exactly. So we did want to still provide some railing, some relief, some ventilation. It certainly could be the full, 36 inches or 42 inches for guard, but
Are you talking about just the side?
Yes,
just the side on the neighbor's side, just go all the way up there and then drop it down to some
When you see a line
railing.
of condos, what do? They put a 6-foot high wall in, and the decks are all the same, but they put a wall in between each deck. Similar
Yeah.
to that, more classy, of course, because this is all wood shingles and mahogany and stuff, even though,
I guess at full height on that side, like the condo partitions that we put up,
yeah.
which I'm not a big
that's
fan
what
of,
I'm trying to-
because those seem arbitrary when you see them from the street. I think it would be more imposing versus us having it drop down, have some railing, a little bit of filigree and detail and mahogany, change the materials. I feel like what we propose is a good combination of things and still achieving a goal.
There's no middle ground then, there's no.
I think the middle ground is stepping it back perhaps from the outside. You'd have to sculpt that down and then you haven't achieved your objective to have it look right. It
Right.
can't be just a right angle out there. It would sculpt down and then you'd be standing there with no screen. So I think distance is your best method, but increasing it.
But is this really our problem? Well, this deck looking over somebody's yard, is it really our problem?
Well, it was a couple months ago, so.
Well, I mean, our problem is the design of the building, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is something that, somebody else looks at?
Well, you got to decide.
No one looks
It's
at
all
it?
your purview.
I'll state that I'm a little concerned about the massing, which includes that deck.
Yeah.
And then the fact that I know one of our stipulations is the conservation of property values, enhancement, and that concerns me. I don't see that.
Well, let's keep going. All right?
And I think it's not uncommon in areas with multifamilies where you have, to your point, John, about condos and just partition walls separating access space. People look into their yards from decks, from roof decks. I think, Nick, you talked about having a roof deck in that situation personally. I think where you have multifamily, I mean, on this property itself, someone could be walking up to the apartment and just look across 10 feet and be staring at the back deck of the neighbor on the same lot perceptibly. So I think that just becomes what it is when you live in multifamily developments and neighborhoods, close neighborhoods, pocket gardens.
I mean, this would be a change. Like, everyone that lives around there lives with the current conditions. So we're talking about, making a change to that.
Sure. And I know there's been lots in that neighborhood developed in the last couple of years in similar ways. So it would be a change for the person who lives there.
How necessary is this deck? We're really like doing, backflips over this thing. What if we just take it away?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Speak toward that.
I mean, if we're like having so many headaches.
I think that's a
over
great
this thing.
question, and there's a lot of moving pieces here, which most of you are pretty familiar with. There's some moving pieces in the background, and I just don't know if we can make that determination today because of all these other moving legal pieces that are on the forefront.
Okay.
And what do we, I
I'm-
don't quite understand that.
I don't either, but let's stick with the
They
building.
don't want to take it off at the moment. I'll just say, I mean, I think, again, your design and detailing and everything is excellent for this piece. I do still have a little bit of concern over the massing as well. But, I don't think that it's inappropriate or out of line with what the surrounding neighborhood has in terms of the buildings and the spacing and lot coverage and such. I think I'm kind of sad to see a large green open space be filled in again, just because I feel like we're losing a lot of our little pocketed green spaces through town. Of course, those could always come back in the future with some demolition, so it's not like but I don't know. It's, but I'm not saying that it's inappropriate. I'm just kind of voicing my own personal opinion, but I'm supporting what you've got so far. Thank you.
I would just add that, yeah, the massing does look a little heavy, but if you look at the color renderings, that helps. I would recommend that. I still would like to have seen the roof have some elements to it that helps with the massing, eyebrow windows, things like that. I'm assuming you have a open cathedral-like ceiling situation on the interior?
In some of the interior, we did look at adding other types of dormering to break it up further, but these, it's all a hip roof, and these lengths of hips and the angle does not really allow constructability of anything meaningful to be added, and then it's another element that doesn't exist elsewhere on the, we'd be adding almost a new element that doesn't exist on the main house or the existing Heritage House for just the purposes of breaking up the roof. This is still the main house has a large roof, it just happens to be a story higher in the sky, so, but from a constructability standpoint, with, the basic members we're assuming we'd be using to build this roof, it was going to get really tight putting other things in there in between those sweeping gable dormers. And then adding them to the backside just didn't seem like the right decision, because we'd just be adding something to the back, again, something new that doesn't really, I look at the back of this building, it is a garage, there is a utilitarian feature to it, and I think the simplicity of it as a backdrop to the neighboring properties, there's something nice about it just being simple, and again, the dark color, it recedes versus jumping out at you. So I think all those things kind of work in the favor of the building.
Well, I'm glad you did add the flare and some of the details and some of the elements that are part of the main house.
Yeah.
So,
the flare is, it's subtle, but it's in person, it's a really lovely detail, and
Absolutely.
not easy to construct necessarily. So I think that'll be a nice addition.
And it really makes a difference. I think it makes a huge difference if it wasn't there. So, thank you.
Absolutely.
Why?
Where are we going?
I'm waiting. Does anybody else want to speak about this?
There's only this one.
Okay, all right. Would anyone in the public like to speak about this? I was just looking at your idea of taking.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Bodo, and I live at 733 Middle Street, and I'm here on behalf of myself and also Craig Crowell, who's here this evening, and the Condominium Association as well. I sent in a letter yesterday, and I understand that there were some technical difficulties with posting it because apparently our firm's security system is a little overzealous at times. So I don't know if you have that in front of you or if it's available.
We just got it tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's here.
So, and I see you have color photos, so that's good. That's helpful. So I do appreciate your hearing our comments, especially at this late hour. So as a preliminary matter, I just wanted to note that the Zoning Board of Adjustment's decision to grant the variance contained a very important stipulation, and that was that the design and location of the garage may change based on Planning Board and Historic District Commission review and approval. So the changes that we are suggesting relate to the design and the location of the proposed garage. So the size of the garage is inappropriately large, and it's of a scale that is wholly inconsistent with the other garages in the neighborhood. So data that we have collected from publicly available information, which is attached as Exhibit B, which is a printout of an Excel spreadsheet. I don't know if you can see it very well. Yeah, there it is. So if you look at the data on square footage, you'll see that the proposed garage, not even including the deck, if you look at the plans, it's 1,970 square feet. The average size of garages in the neighborhood is 594 square feet. The proposed garage is larger than that of even Governor John Langdon's house at 143 Pleasant Street, which is 1,500 square feet. The only other garage of a comparable size in the district is that at 880 Middle Street, which is 1,496 square feet. So this proposed garage, it dwarfs the Runlet May House garage that's at 364 Middle Street, and that is 704 square feet, so less than half. And even one of the few garages that has living space above it in the historic district, which is the garage that's attached to 700 Middle Street, is much smaller than the proposed garage. It's just 890 square feet. So it's true that the lot size at 765 Middle Street is larger than many in the historic district, but it's not larger than the average lot size. So at 21,344.4 square feet, it's approximately 200 feet smaller than the average lot size, which you can see on Exhibit B. So yet, despite this fact, their proposed garage would be the largest in the neighborhood. If it's built as planned, the living areas of the proposed garage and the existing buildings on the lot would occupy 31% of the lot. The average ratio of lot size to living area in the historic district is 19%. The ratio of lot size to garage size at 765 Middle Street would also be disproportionately large. The average garage in the historic district occupies 4% of its lot. The proposed garage would occupy 9% of the lot on 765 Middle Street. So based on that data, in order to preserve the historic character of the district and the values of the surrounding properties and allowing the historic properties to maintain their prominence, it should be reduced in size by at least 500 feet. With such a reduction, it would not be larger than the garages of the historic neighboring properties. And as I said, they would maintain their prominence. So in addition, the design of the proposed garage and the landscaping is incompatible with the historic character of the district. The plans for the garage that were submitted by the petitioners, which you can see there, that should be Exhibit C, indicate that a massive U-shaped structure is proposed to be built. So this is U-shaped. There would be two equally large legs, for lack of a better terminology, because I'm not an engineer, to the proposed garage against the two sides of the lot at 765 Middle Street. This design is inconsistent with that of the larger historic garages in the district. So as shown on Exhibit D, which if you scroll down, yeah, that's Exhibit D. The attached garage at 700 Middle Street has just one leg that extends from the house. And if you look further down at Exhibit E, the garage at 364 Middle Street, which is, of course, the Renlet May house, consists of two legs, not equal in length, with the longer leg extending to the larger main entrance of the garage. So there's a photo there of, from the distance, you can see the garage in the background, and then there's a close-up of that garage that shows how it sort of has one leg and then kind of a very short offshoot from that. So as shown on Exhibit F, the garage at 180 Middle Street is a single, nearly symmetrical structure with central windows flanked by a door and window on the left side and a window on the right side. And then as shown on Exhibit G, further down, the garage at 143 Pleasant Street, which is Governor John Langdon's house, is of a similar design to that of 180 Middle Street, with the addition of a shed to the right side of the building. So not only is the petitioner's huge U-shaped proposed garage wholly inconsistent with the character of the neighboring historic garages, but it is also detrimental to the values of the surrounding properties, and in particular 729, 733 Middle Street condominiums, that's a photo of what's referred to as condominiums. So these condominiums are in a historic home that was originally built as a duplex in 1820. It's of the same vintage as the Renlet May house, which was built in 1806. And it was one of the first houses that was built on Middle Street in Portsmouth. So this proposed garage, what you don't see in the application is that the proposed garage will completely block the view of 733 Middle Street from Lincoln Avenue. So 733 Middle Street, which is on the right side of the building, it's really actually one of the earliest examples that we have in this country of what we know today as the in-law suite. So the front of 733 Middle Street can be seen from Lincoln Avenue, even at night. as is shown on Exhibit I. So if you scroll down to Exhibit I, you'll see there's a photo. That's 765 Middle Street to the left, and then in the background is the front of 733 Middle Street. And then you can see there's a nighttime photo with 733 Middle Street in the background. So if we go down to Exhibit J, the photo rendering of the proposed garage is viewed from Lincoln Avenue. This demonstrates an apparent attempt to conceal the extent to which the proposed garage will block any view of this historic property from Lincoln Avenue. So the photo rendering that was submitted by the petitioners depicts a tree. If you look at the picture on the left-hand side, there's a tree placed next to the mudroom of 765 Middle Street, which serves no discernible purpose other than to hide the impact of the proposed garage on 733 Middle Street. So although the photo rendering to the right on Exhibit J shows 733 Middle Street as it appears today, there's no photo rendering that shows the portion of the garage that is blocking the front of 733 Middle Street. This information was not submitted by the petitioners. So in addition, as shown on Exhibit K, according to the plans that were submitted, building the proposed garage will involve cutting down 2 of the few remaining trees on the 765 Middle Street lot. There used to be a lot of trees there. So one of the trees they would be cutting down is a crabapple tree that was planted based on its size. It was planted over 100 years ago at the time that the main house was built. So they're going to cut away these trees, which will create the appearance of the garage as sort of looming over 733 Middle Street. And it appears that the petitioners have attempted to mitigate the myriad of aesthetic and privacy issues that are created by the proposed garage by walling off 733 Middle Street with a line of arborvitae trees. So planting a row of arborvitae trees a few feet away from the front of 733 Middle Street will accomplish nothing other than perhaps ensuring that no sunlight will ever reach the front of 733 Middle Street. No one wants to live in a cave, and under the petitioner's plans, the quality of life of any current or future resident of 733 Middle Street will be substantially reduced, as they will lack any view or reasonable access to sunlight from inside the dwelling. As a result, the value of this home and the value of 729 Middle Street, Craig Crowell's home, will decline. Maintenance of the property will be neglected, and it's highly possible that, like so many other historic properties in Portsmouth, it will ultimately fall into disrepair and be demolished.
If you don't mind, I would like to interrupt you at this point. You've made your point quite well, and essentially, we are here to vote on the design and massing and architectural details of this house, and I believe that you've made your point essentially about the massing of this project, and I'm just thinking that we should move on.
Well, I would like to propose a much simpler solution. I think there's a very simple solution to this problem,
Okay.
which was kind of brought up before by one of the commissioners. And that is to eliminate the deck in the garden room, in addition to reducing the size of the leg of the garage that blocks 733 Middle Street. So if those are eliminated and reduced, then 733 Middle Street will still be visible from Lincoln Avenue, and the garage will not appear to loom over the property. And the trees, the crabapple tree, would remain in place, and it would help to reduce the view of the garage from Middle Street. and it will be in keeping with, the historic character of the neighborhood. So I realize that everyone is very tired. I'm very tired myself.
It certainly gives us something to think about. Thank you very much.
So, yes, well, thank you on behalf of myself and Craig Crowell and the Condominium Association for hearing our concerns this evening.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this in the public? Certainly.
This is more of a question. Is there any such thing as a historical garage?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. We have carriage houses.
Carriage houses. Yeah, because the Model T was built in 1908. That's why I ask. When we're comparing all these carriage houses to a modern-day garage, I don't know if that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right, there's some sort of point there.
Well, he's already got a carriage house, so you can't have two of them.
Right. So I guess I'm going to close this public hearing and look for.
Let me make sure there's no
I'm
one.
sorry, Nick.
I didn't look. There's nobody.
There's nobody there. And looking for discussions and motions and all that sort of stuff.
I'll just go first. I'll say as presented, I can't support this application. I just feel with the concerns from the direct abutter, this deck that will be very invasive, I can't imagine. It's going to inhibit their property values. That's not, why they currently live there. I have a hard time sacrificing one, resident to give another resident a fourth unit. That doesn't equate in my book. You know what I mean? I want to give every resident what they want, but when it comes to depreciating one and really putting them at a loss, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't. I won't let us people hoarding this. And simply the massing and the degradation of property values that surround it.
Right. Well said. Anybody over here want to say anything or make a motion?
I would just say I have a tough time, supporting the idea and the notion that you're being in your property, that you should be able to own the view into other people's property, and there should be no change. We live in a very dense city, and that density, it comes with a certain, aggravation factor that, you're going to see your neighbor's house. You're going to, your neighbor's house is going to maybe cast a shadow on your property. Now, there's talk of sunlight won't hit the house. Well, right now there's a major tree in the driveway that's blocking the sunlight. I'm just saying we can't be that sensitive to the notion that you have a right to a view. I just that could be taken to an extreme, and I don't want to factor that into my decision making about this project, because views change, things change, trees die, trees get cut down, new trees get planted, fences get put up. It's all part of living in a city, and unfortunately, I'm just going to, like the commissioner said, not everyone's going to be happy, but we all got to tolerate each other. So I'm going to support the project.
What do you feel?
I agree with Rich. This is a big building that's being put on the parcel, and I think that, I don't know, I feel like even, I'm sitting there kind of looking at the rendering, trying to cover up the deck portion and saying, that may mitigate some of the largeness that we're feeling from it. And so, I think I would be more inclined to support it, no problem, if that part was taken off and just kind of simplify the building, and then, and help your neighbor out a little bit, or at least ease their concerns.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dave.
I'd love to jump in here. One thing that I heard earlier when you were discussing the idea of increasing the amount of opacity to the area of the deck because of the issue of sightlines, we'll say. In a way, that was kind of beating another issue, that it was increasing the faceless mass of the building. Not the building is all faceless mass, but increasing the facelessness of the mass of the building. And so I think maybe there's a direction to go, trying to put 3 or 4 different pieces of this puzzle together and say maybe the deck is the thing that really needs to get stripped off this to make it more palatable to many. One of the things that I liked about this building, I still appreciate about this, is how much it is a derivative of the architecture of the main house, which is a lovely building, which was very forcefully designed of features, one after another, the eyebrows all over the exterior siding, the tracery, the heavy brackets on the roof. It was all stuff put there for us to look at, but it's not filled with little ornaments hanging off everywhere. The deck and this heavy staircase that we see on this proposed building are not like the carriage house that's there, which is very simple and kept to itself. So maybe stripping a couple of features off would make it a better thing. I also remain a little bit concerned over the paving. I'm sorry if some people don't think that that's an appropriate thing, but I think that it's a thing that describes the density that otherwise this building doesn't need. But that's just me.
Well, thank you for bringing that up about my 6-foot privacy wall, because upon thinking of it, and I'm not an architect, it wasn't right. It would have increased.
You were doing something, though. That's the thing. We're all hearing you. You were doing something. You're trying to move the ball. I think it just sort of demonstrated another thing.
But I'm afraid that we've reached a point where the ball's not going to move anymore because there's only 5 of us here, and we need 4 votes.
May I ask a question before you do vote? If we were, I guess it's a 2-part question. Could we amend the application tonight to remove the deck? Or would you like us to come back so you can see the application without the deck, in which case we would continue?
I'm thinking that something like this is a pretty serious change in your plans, that, you need to come back with some changes. And, also we're getting a feeling that the mass is by itself should be reduced, but that's simply because of the situation that we're in right now.
Well, I'm not sure I've fully heard that from enough members, but that's maybe because I'm not paying attention enough. If the deck and the space below it was removed as contemplated, and you reworked the openings, obviously, those 3 openings we see on the screen, because they clearly change, and probably the projecting element over the sliding or whatever the doors there to the deck would be recessed, because it wouldn't be projecting out half the depth of the deck, right?
Right, well, the doors may stay because that's a garden room, so it's going to be used.
Down below.
Below, yes, exactly.
But
Upwards would change,
But you
you're right.
push that projecting canopy over the door or remove it and go to windows. So I think there's an understanding here that would all need to be reworked and seen, as you suggested. So what I'd be curious to know from the 5 members that are here, if you're willing to do that as suggested, do we still have a massing problem for more than one member that's here with what's left? Details aside for those openings, is there a massing problem if the deck is removed and that projecting element over the doors is removed? On that, I'm just asking so she has some guidance to come back here.
Well, Mr. Cracknell, it would more than likely, it would change my opinion on that part of the problem.
You could be supportive
Indeed.
of that. Yeah.
Also, it would, at another date, she might have more voting members.
Understood, but the people that are here.
Understood. Okay.
I'd like to see it Yeah, I mean, obviously, my main concern is that deck, and it does create this, I mean, the massing is big. But it seems to be that the only concern from any abutter, it seems to be the most the deck and the massing on that side.
Okay.
So I think I would be more comfortable.
Yeah, it's a huge give, and I think it would go a long way.
And Reagan's the same? Okay, so
And I'm
I
the
think
same.
Okay.
hopefully that helps clear the air on the massing. So, do you want to
So we'd be
continue for a
continuing.
month so you can rework
Yeah.
that elevation?
Would you?
Well,
Yes.
they do need to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to change to
You're going to have to.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, so I need a motion for.
So moved.
continuance.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
You got one more, right?
One more.
Easy one.
Work session.
It's like,
You get to be so late.
Work session, right?
Work session.
Oh, can we do it up here, or?
We're
you-
going.
You want to
Go
go
down
down there? All right. 5 more minutes.
I didn't have to.
Cheers.
Yeah, just leave this thing up here.
okay.
So you should come to Panaway Manor and meet my neighbors. Yeah, like you guys all hate me.
I let Adam take care of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you know that you're going to bring it up.
Yeah.
I have to take out my contacts sitting there.
I got
Thank God I brought my glasses.
Good, thank you. You know what, she came up to me and she said, this could get ugly.
I just didn't know if it was inappropriate.
I'm just being pushy.
Doing a good job.
I'm just being pushy, that's all.
You're doing a good job.
This one's all good. It's all good. All good, not to worry.
Allowed to be pushy.
Nick is trying to glad hand the people that we just turned away.
Yeah,
So everybody goes away happy.
I doubt that, but yeah.
I doubt that.
So, joy.
You can read it.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to get started. This last work session requested by Sean and Mikio Bardon. Is that it?
Michio.
Mikio. That's close enough. I'm close enough. For property located at 39 Dearborn Street, wherein permission is requested to allow exterior construction to an existing structure, replace the existing roofing structure, add a new side and entry addition as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 140 as Lot 3, lies within General Residence A and the historic districts. So, if you would introduce yourselves when you speak, all
Sure
is
thing.
well.
I'm Amy Dutton. I work out of Kittery and I live in Portsmouth, and I am representing the Bardongs. Sorry, I am so tired.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like I'm
Welcome-
speaking out loud
welcome
at
to the
11
show.
o'clock at night. So thank you for your time. I know you're all have already worked your full days as well, so thank
We
you
get
for
paid big bucks, though. That's our
the big bucks.
All about the money.
huge
So-
bucks.
So thank you so much for guiding us through this process. So we were here last month and listened to what you were saying. And I think what I'll do is just point out the revisions that we did as we kind of scoot through the drawings. So there were three main things that we changed. One was that we connected the family room to the existing shed. And let me just back up a little bit because that's how tired I am. The BOA did approve us last Wednesday. So we do have BOA approval on this And we still do have to get Conservation Commission and one more. I'm not remembering the board.
Planning board.
Planning board.
Yeah. Because you're
So-
in the buffer, something like
Yes.
that.
Yes, yeah, just so you knew where we were. So we did connect the shed and the family room. That meant that we raised the shed roof about 30 inches, and that now matches the kitchen pitch and height. I think providing a lot more balance and honestly curb appeal. And we also pulled the entry back so that the railing of the second floor deck dies into the wall. So those are the three main things that we did. And I think at that point, do you want to ask questions? Is that maybe?
I wasn't here, so
So you're
unfortunately.
going to ask a whole bunch of questions, John?
Where was I?
You weren't either?
I was zooming
I
in.
wasn't either.
I was ill. But yeah.
He wasn't here.
No,
And
all three of you guys weren't.
So I've gotten some letters on this, just considered after some residents watched the last work session. And after, I was zooming in, but I was very much under the weather and it was a late night. So my biggest concern, I guess, is losing the Cape.
Okay.
The fact that like architecture is very much our purview here, and changing the whole architecture. I understand there are Dutch colonials that exist in Portsmouth, but not here. You know what I mean? This has always been a Cape, so I would be very against rewriting the history of this house, because essentially when you change it to a whole different style, we're eliminating that history that the Cape existed, and you would not be able to. I wouldn't be able to tell that was that house, if I looked at a picture and then saw what's being proposed, and saw what it used to look like back when it was originally built.
Sure.
So I'm okay with the massing and stuff, but just the loss of that Dutch, like if that Dutch roof was the Cape,
Just a gable roof?
yeah, or I mean, if you could see the Cape still, I can't see the Cape anymore, and that's what, that's what I can't get behind, that's all.
So do you mind if I respond? In anticipation of having this conversation, I did a little exercise,
Rain exercise.
4:30 in the morning. Why not? So if you don't mind,
Yeah, go ahead.
I can go ahead and hand these out. It was too late. So
Watch
I guess
the
I-
mic there.
just so we can be a little bit more full disclosure on where and why. I think I brought enough.
We're good. You want one? Okay, we're good.
They haven't even seen this. So I just wanted you to see the math that I'm working with in my mind. So I have here the proposed, the existing is on the top left, proposed is on the bottom left, and the notes that I'm making, and then the images of the two bedrooms, so you can see where we are with head height specifically. So if we just keep it as is, as a Cape, right now we have a roof rafters of roughly 6 inches, I think, we're guessing. You can see some of them are antique, some of them are not. We don't actually know. And then I put on a 312 pitch, which is the lowest recommended for this region and for code. I get 5 feet 2 inches for head height.
At the wall.
At the knee wall. Say
Yes.
that's a knee wall.
That would be a knee wall, even
That's
though
right.
it's supposed to be an exterior wall.
Yeah.
It's acting as a knee wall, yeah.
Right.
And with that, I don't get a bathroom because I need 6'8" for head height for a bathroom. So
At the wall or where the
yeah,
bathroom is?
at the exterior wall. Oh, well, I need 6'8" at the back of each plumbing fixture. It used to be the front, now it's the back.
But you can't have plumbing fixtures on the exterior walls now.
We can if we can chase them all the way down from the interior. So I could put like we often will put a toilet but we have to chase them all the way down from the interior wall. And the shower is often on, right, that exterior wall. So I just wanted to show you the math that I'm working with as far as code.
There is a alternative, since we're just talking here.
Yeah.
You've got your shed roof
Yeah.
addition on the Cape that only gives you 5.2. You could compromise at 312, you could push that up to 212, something like that. That will give you, I don't know, another foot. And then maybe in the center, where the bathroom is, have a gable dormer on the dormer.
I see where you're saying.
Gable dormer
I know what
on
you
the
mean,
dormer.
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's done quite a bit, actually, up in the
I think that
Maritimes.
that was
It's
already-
a maritime dormer.
That was originally proposed in 2017, correct?
Yeah.
And it was denied
Yeah.
for the front, because
For the
what I
front.
what I drew actually was approved.
This was approved?
Yes,
Oh, surprised.
on the back, so this
On the
is
back, yeah.
the back of
Yeah.
the house.
So maybe you could do it there. Put the bathroom there.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean,
No, that's all
I didn't
right.
mean to laugh out loud like that. There was no reason to. It was just late. I was wondering, as I was thinking about this, and last month, I also said the same thing, that I was concerned about losing the Cape, losing the history of what is there. Yes, it has been mucked around so much. You don't have the front door to the Cape, like the facade is not exposed anymore. I mean, it's just, but I'm still kind of uncomfortable with introducing a style that's just so wholly different. And I think, like you said, there aren't any Dutch colonials in the area. There are plenty elsewhere, but there aren't any in the area. I mean, did you even consider just raising it up to a taller gabled building? If you're gonna take
Like
off
all
the
the
whole
other
roof.
gable buildings that are there that are like 3 stories and have rentals in them, is that what you're comparing it to? All
So
the
you
other
mean,
houses around?
are you talking about like a,
Two-story colonial.
like
The
a
entire
colonial,
block is full of-
basically a colonial?
Just a simple,
Three-story.
yeah, just simply taking the same roof line and pull, and just raising it up so that you get
So
your
it
head
looks
height.
like all the other
bigger.
houses in the neighborhood? Is that what you're?
I mean, the point is to, yes, the point is to be consistent with with the neighborhood.
The biggest thing is, I don't want to set the precedent that anyone
can't-
can take any home and change the
We gotta be
style of
clear.
it.
But hers is a
Because then
second.
if we allow one person to do it, you know what I mean, we have to allow every person to do it. Well, now every home in the historic district could change styles. Because how, you know what I mean? They could use this as an argument. Like, well, you let them, how come you're not going to let me? I want a Dutch colonial.
Well, around the block, there's a garage that's being converted into an apartment. Mr. Adams asked for something more substantial.
Yeah.
Put on top of that garage to make it look something more substantial,
Yeah.
which I could understand that. Or
Right, but he's not recreating a different style.
no, I understand, but if you
Eliminating
walked
the
in and
building.
said there was a second story on top of that, that would be different than the thing that was sitting there, right? So.
Okay, but anyways, we didn't approve that. That's not what's
So,
going on.
and
Well, the renovation of the garage was approved.
Okay, very good, thank you.
You can still tell it's a garage, though, right?
I'm just trying to.
It's also hardly historic.
No, it's late. We're
Yeah.
all late.
Yeah.
That's my thing, is you can still tell it was a garage. With this, if we do this Dutch colonial, you could not tell it was a Cape.
Yeah, the thing I struggle with is that when we purchased our property,
Yeah.
we didn't buy we didn't buy the house on a 100-year lease to the city of Portsmouth.
No, but you bought in a historic district. You bought in the
Put it in a
historic district.
but
There's rules.
we actually own the property, right? So-
No,
you do.
But you live in the
understand
historic
zoning.
district.
No, I understand zoning.
Okay,
I
thank you.
completely understand zoning. The zoning board approved our recommendation and made comments
and,
about
We're
it.
the Historic District Commission.
It's different.
I'm not trying to be, we're trying to get, this is a work session.
Right, and we're all trying to get to what you want in
Yeah,
the
we
most
wanna get to the
appropriate way.
Right.
Yeah, we want to work with you.
I'm a big believer in the old.
Sorry.
I love the old things. I love the old things around town. Part of what I love about the old things is how they change over time. Everything that's been built, it doesn't look exactly the way that it was when it was built, except for a few. And they're museums, and no one lives there, so that's not the greatest thing. I look at this cape, and honestly, I didn't see it as a cape. I guess to me it was, I just felt it was too beat up. And it was kind of much more of a relic that doesn't fit into the current owner's expectancies. The chimney was missing, the door was missing. There was, I'm not sure as we stand here tonight where the front door really was. I assume that there was a center chimney in it. I'm puzzled that some of the floors, some of the rafters are 6-inch. That doesn't make any sense to me. I heard you make some comment about the roof fabric not being tympanic, that the roof was not to be trusted for some reason. So I guess to me, it wasn't so much a cape as it was a poorly developed fishing shack is what I was looking at. And I felt that the applicant was the pretense was to do something responsible and to make it look architecturally like a thing. And I'm sure that, as everyone else, pretty comfortable with the Dutch colonial cottage. And I thought this was a reasonable approach. And honestly, I still do. I've now been slapped around some by the Cape people, and I'm not stinging from it. I deserve it, I guess, but I still don't know where that gets us as far as that ball going down this road.
Yeah.
I think, if I can just jump in real quick.
No,
I think, in all honesty, I think one of the things that we're seeing is a house in disrepair in the historic district, because the previous owner was so fed up that he sold it. And he rolled a roof out and he called it a day, and it's a failed system. And, you know, we don't want to say the what ifs, you know, what if they decide to in turn sell and it goes into disrepair, you know, I mean, I think we're all sitting here, I think we can probably come up with something. What we were trying to do was actually keep it as low as possible. My concern, Reagan, was if we do a full colonial, we have 2 full floors plus an attic, we would be at 30-something feet.
Yeah, 30.
And so we're only raising the ridge 7 feet. Which, you know, to me, I thought that was a reasonable ask. Now, the board could think differently.
You can't see the cape in there?
I don't know.
When I went in this place 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, and in that door, on the left, immediate left-hand side, was the old front door. And it had side lights on both sides.
There's an
Are
image
they
of it.
still there? Are
Yep.
those side lights?
inside door.
It's here in your package.
So it's a recessed entry.
It's right here.
But you can't see from outside.
Yeah, that's,
It's like a,
no,
I can't even.
no.
That's their front door.
but
Yeah.
it's not the
But you
front door.
can't see it.
What do you mean you can't see?
Because
It's in the
it's
mud
inside
room.
that.
Because somebody built that mudroom
Mudroom.
thing on the front.
On a piece
Yeah,
of
Yeah.
cement.
Yeah, so the reality is that that thing on the front was the big mistake that was made to that poor cape, I think was, you know, putting an addition on the front of the cape is just, anyways, it's a mess as far as that goes. But I'm going to be, you know, sticking with the cape. I cannot see a Dutch colonial. I really can't, and I'm Dutch. So I don't see it.
If you,
I just can't see it.
do you follow,
I don't. I'm looking at the job here, and I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking that this looks like something that was done with care. Now you're, you know, saying that the place is.
Sheetrock.
It's sheetrock,
The
and
previous
then
owner
it's actually
newly sheetrocked the
it's
roof on-
actually the second floor is it's like attic.
Yeah.
It's just because
It
the
is.
bed.
It's very similar to an attic.
It's because it's being presented in the picture pretty, but I'm
No.
sleeping, and then when I like on this side, if I
Yeah.
wake up, I hit my head,
Yeah.
and
No,
that's
you
how
do.
low it is. And you know, I think we said that last time that
yeah.
we are
family of 5.
I had a little
And-
house on Marcy Street, and it was a cape. It was a 3/4 cape, and somebody turned the attic of that house into some bedrooms, and this looks like a basketball stadium compared to,
Well,
I mean,
it's-
it was like
it was the,
here. It was right here, and
it's
yet
actually
they
right
actually,
there.
they actually did that.
It's just because this is the picture was taken
Yeah.
by the when they saw the house.
But I use
that's
these
why it looks
pictures
that
because
way.
I want you to look at the bed.
Oh.
And you cannot get out of that bed on not either side of the, there's no bed wall. I mean, is it not a
And this
reasonable
is the
request?
only
to-
bedroom that we have. We
No.
don't have any bedrooms.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
This is just the
Not
only
for modern
bedroom.
living.
I know, it doesn't work.
And I'm from Japan, so I'm all about history and historical buildings. So I do totally understand that what this committee is presenting, and I don't know if I'm. I mean, I understand, but so I would like to do whatever is necessary, but we do need to have a second floor. We do need to have extra bedrooms. This house only has 1 bathroom right now, and that's it. And we have 5 people. Then we need more bathrooms and more bedrooms. And then the second floor is what we can build. So if there's I think if we can work on it to all agree on some kind of style that it could accommodate, then I think that's what we would like to do.
I understand, yeah. Anybody else going to speak?
I sympathize. It's tough. How long have you owned the house?
We bought it in
We bought it
October.
in October.
It was in October.
Oh, just this October?
Yeah.
But we have 3 children, and when they come up, we're tight on space. We have 1 bathroom. And the previous owner did a really good job because he's in the business. He's a professional in the contracting business, so he re-sheet rocked everything, but you could see where the finishing nails weren't even spackled and painted on that ceiling, so he dressed it up. I've actually crawled into the crawl spaces. There's no insulation on the roof. There's no blown insulation in the crawl spaces, so the mini splits fail, like when we had that deep freeze. And
We were sleeping on the campsite.
there's basically a piece of plywood and a rolled roof above the, he left some of the structure of the old roof, which is kind of like a ship's lath. It's how old roofs were built, where you kind of had your rafters coming down like that, and you had minimalist horizontals. And then on top of that, he put a little bit of, filled in the gaps, and then he put new plywood on it, and then he rolled the roof. So there's no insulation, so it's like sleeping in a barn up there.
Yeah, it needs to be insulated.
Let me
Yeah,
continue.
so, I'm sorry.
So, I don't, maybe this is not the house for you. I mean, if there's 5 of you, you just bought it. I mean, I hate to say that. I'm a big property rights guy. I'm conservative. But, there's a certain point where you're going to be cutting out real historic structure to accommodate your occupants. That I see all that as timber framing. That's part of the heritage and the history of that cave. And, just to lift it up a little bit and all that, I'm struggling with that. Maybe the answer lies in your outbuildings. Maybe these outbuildings get taller and the cape stays.
Well, we were
That's
trying
going
to
to be
not-
tough,
we were
but
trying to
it's
not-
going to be tough. But, I'm struggling with this. We can't provide you solutions.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, I know.
this, I can't support this.
There's only 5 of us here right now.
Well, it's a work session.
Yeah, and it's a work session.
It's a work session, but there are a lot of us not here.
The other thing that you probably realize is when you make an improvement to a house that's over 50% of its valuation, then you have to bring the whole structure up to the code. And so that means like your downstairs walls, which might only be this thick, and only 3 inches of fiberglass in them, all have to be either foamed or et cetera. You know, one thing leads to another, and before you know it, you've got, you know, the entire smokes, the whole electric is done over. You can't have cast iron pipes anymore.
We don't have any of that. It's all
For your
PVC.
waste, it's all plastic.
So the
Yeah.
previous owner,
That's good.
there's so much steel in the basement, we could actually build 2 houses on top of it. That's how overbuilt it is at the foundation. A brand new cement
I don't know how
cement
we get those
foundation.
things in there. How do you
What's
get
that?
that steel in that?
Well, the entire, the basement's got like steel running this way, steel running that way. And then he cobbled together a lot of the timber. The timber was like hacked into places. So if you go into one of the rooms on the first floor, you're wondering why are the timbers going this way and that way? So
Did you have a house inspection and all that stuff? I mean, did you, before you purchased it, or did you?
no, we didn't do an inspection, no.
Would this, I do realize that you're not here to design, but I do need some sort of direction.
wouldn't know where to begin.
So if we keep the cottage, the whole purpose for this is to not go and impede on our neighbors, which I think, is that Mike over there? Mike's over there, right? So what we're trying to do is furthest away from Mike's property, so it doesn't impede on his view at all, right? We could go up higher over the family room and build out that way, potentially. This was to try to minimize all our neighbors, go to a spot where we could add this extra capacity to the house. So,
Because that's where we actually have more air between Dennett and their property. This is furthest away from Mike's property. If we go closer to them, we're actually 4 feet lower, I'm guessing, I'm estimating, but height-wise, we're the lowest. That property is the lowest of any of those abutters by
it's chest high for me, so it's about 4.5 feet.
many, many feet. So, I mean,
How about the December 23rd? Where did the
water?
Where did the water come to?
Water was, I don't know, 10 feet from our,
Oh, it wasn't on your lawn then?
no, it was on our lawn, it was on our
10 feet from the
neighbor's lawn.
structure.
James Golden had more significant water. He's the red house that's in front of us.
No, that water was up.
Part of the problem is that you don't offer an existing second floor plan, so that's why I can't even get, everything's mostly proposed, the existing's a little postage stamp.
it's just right here, it's small.
That's a foundation plan,
It's
it
right there.
says.
That's the existing.
Oh, it's
Okay, so
the
it's,
existing second floor.
Maybe next page? I know.
What page are you on? Right, I'm on sheet A6.
A2. I had to have hit A6, I can't see. A13.
We might be missing a sheet.
Did you get a sheet?
A10.
Did you get it?
A9.
What sheet is it?
A6?
No, we go from A3 to A8 for some reason.
For some reason.
Oh. I have it. Sorry.
That's good.
Let me show you what the existing second floor looks like. That.
Yeah.
This is not the, I take it this is not the foundation. All right,
No, that
Yep,
is the
okay.
second floor, yeah.
okay.
You walk up the stairs, right, left.
Well, like I said, possibly some of your build-outs and your additions and things might be the places where you gain space, gain head height.
I don't think Mike would like that, would you?
I was just waiting for something again.
Okay.
Why don't you give your public input?
Yeah,
I think it'd
let's,
probably be
Join the table, or
Yeah,
you have to come up
you
to the
can
mic.
come up here to
Yeah.
the microphone
You
anyway.
could put them beside Martin if you want. You can either go there or in that chair, whatever works for you.
I'm ready to go here.
Okay?
Okay.
I thoughtfully wrote things down, and I'd like to read what I wrote because
Okay.
that's the most articulate way I can deliver it. I watched this proposal develop from the beginning, before the first work session, I had two conversations at the planning department and came away with the impression that the proposal would likely fail, with the HDC favoring the preservation of a cape from the 1700s. I also had the experience of watching a similar plan fail in 2016, we were calling it 17, but whatever the year is, presented by Michael Branzell and Helen Long. At that time, the HDC permitted an expanded kitchen, a second dormer, a shed dormer facing Dennett Street, and the removal of the current mudroom. I didn't see eye to eye with on everything with Michael Branzell, but we were in agreement about what the HDC was in place to protect. I never once voiced objection to that plan like I'm doing now. I have some questions. Is there durability in decisions made by the HDC? And I say that not in a rhetorical way, but are decisions durable?
Well, things can change after 10 or 15 years.
Also wasn't the Supreme Court.
All right, well, then I will continue, but I didn't intend that to be rhetorical. It's a curiosity that I have, and I have not heard anyone articulate that in a way that I understand. Decisions, is there durability in decisions made by the HDC? Without it, neighbors are put in battle over things that could and should be overseen like they were in 2016. Did the current HDC members go back and view the last meeting in 2016 on this very topic of the Cape? No?
No.
Did HDC members view the recent Board of Adjustment meeting on this proposal?
No, it's not our.
Typical.
Yeah, we typically
Wow.
do.
We let them do their job and we do ours.
Different jurisdiction.
Okay.
That's the answer.
Did anyone offer to take a look from my property's vantage point to address the impact and possible devaluating of my property?
Well, we'll ask you that.
Well,
Did any of us ask?
no,
Okay.
because when I look out my kitchen window and imagine a roof line 7.5 feet higher, I can't see the sky when I stand in my kitchen unless I press my face against the
How
window.
close to the property are you?
Well,
The structure. The structure.
Well, the house is set back from my window, but then there's the shed that I also need to talk about. So tonight, you're able to hear about a 3-foot height increase to the shed that wasn't present in the first work session draft. Before even thinking about that, I have another question. Why is touching the shed even a possibility at this juncture? The dimensions, the 12-foot height, and the usage for storage are in writing tied to a legally deeded document. I included a letter to David Witham from 2016 in the packet. It is the letter submitted with the deeded view easement. The city brokered that agreement and should have stepped in to defend that legal promise, in my opinion.
You have a deeded view easement?
Yeah.
Yes.
The shed's not in it, it's about 5 to 7 feet forward of the shed.
Did you purchase that easement?
No, he hasn't.
From the previous owner?
No,
It's actually in the drawings.
He has an easement.
Drawings.
Michael
The
Branzell.
more relevant question is,
Yeah.
does the easement, does it include the existing outbuilding, yes or no? And if
No.
the answer is no, then it's not related to the view easement. Is that structure in the view easement?
But when I'm just.
Yes or no? Is the accessory structure in the
It's
view
not in
easement?
the view easement, but the shed is 5 feet from my property line, which is within the 20-foot setback of the front of the 39 Dearborn house. And I agreed to let that shed be placed there in exchange for the view easement because I didn't want to be impacted by Michael Branzell's stuff, and he had a lot of stuff. He had a boat, he had a van that was half the height of a school bus, and he was working on the house all the time, and that was the deal we struck. And so I guess maybe that's a clarification point right now is the letter that accompanied the view easement about the size, the height, the use of the shed, is that part of the the view easement deed.
Probably not, but that's something you'll need an attorney to determine.
Yeah,
That's the way it works.
Okay.
We have a plot plan that shows in definition the view easement as is
Yeah,
goes
no, I
across the
understand what
property.
the view
Is it a
easement-
certain width?
And, well, it varies,
Let him finish. You need it.
but none of that is impacted by the drawings.
Yeah, no, I'm not claiming that it is
Well,
impacted.
Then why are we listening to it? I'm sorry, sir, but I don't understand. What's the point?
The point is that when we made that we made a trade of a shed for a view easement, but there were stipulations about the shed being a certain size and how it was going to be used. I didn't want to agree to a shed 5 feet from my property line that was going to have table saws going in it and fluorescent lights flooding my property. So there was a letter that specifically said, it's a storage shed, it's not like a
So,
Sure, it's not, it doesn't have a machine shop or machines in it.
Right.
Mike,
Got
I
it.
would just
So is
hazard to guess, and then I think we got to move on because it's a legal question you're raising,
Okay.
and none of us are lawyers, but I'll hazard to guess that because the view easement does not directly speak to any structures on the abutting property, and the only causality between them is the event of the application in front of the BOA to establish that shed, does not restrict any property owner in the next 2,000 years from going back to the BOA and adjusting any of the structures on that lot.
Okay.
And seeking relief with public notice and a hearing. Things are not permanent when you go to the BOA. You
Okay.
can come back and adjust them if they grant it.
Well, I had someone tell me today, and I don't know if they're right, that adding height to the shed was a violation of the
View easement?
Of the view easement.
Yeah, so I hope they're a lawyer, and if they're a lawyer, then that's.
So maybe I was told wrong, but I just, it was something that didn't get discussed at the Board of Adjustment. So,
Yeah, I'd address that as soon as you can with these folks that obviously are impacted by whatever that decision is.
Can I say something?
yeah.
Just so everybody's clear, the only reason why I raised that was because it seemed like when we were meeting last week, this board would rather see the family room attached to the shed. And in doing that study, we can't, there's a common wall, but you cannot access the two spaces because we have a height change. And it would ruin each room with staircases, so sorry to interrupt.
Well, I guess it makes me just want to repeat that in 2016, a shed dormer that because the board unanimously, and I've got, I mean, I could read you the quotes of different people who were on the board then. I mean, John Wyckoff, what are we looking at here? This is a traditional cape. There lies the problem. Joe Almeida, chair. We have a very early cape. We can still see it. Need to be sympathetic to the historic cape. I'd like to see an historic cape rather than a complete change in style. William Godhill, vice chair. If we approve this design, I no longer see a cape. I'd like to see the integrity of the original cape preserved. You can see it from the North Mill Pond, so you can see it from a public way. Regan, Rudy, let's try and highlight, but.
Yeah, so we got your letter, and you know, what I was talking about is I would like to see the Cape. Now, there's always a difference in the board, and one of the big things that's a difference in the board is dormers. Okay, so myself, I've always been a little more liberal to seeing dormers put on capes and stuff, on the back of a cape, and maybe a couple dog houses, what we call with a gable roof on the front or something. I mean, it's traditional. You see them, if you drive through Newcastle, you'll see that that's what capes have on them, because over 200 years, people like this family here have decided they need more room upstairs, more headroom, and that's what they do. And that's what I can see happening to a cape.
And I was good with that too.
Yeah, and so that's, you know, we came to some sort of agreement with Mike. I really don't remember what it was, but, you know, at the point, he was upset. But then later on, I would see him occasionally walking his giant dog around, and he was, you know, I think it was really a good decision, he told me.
Yeah.
That's what he told me. You know, so,
I've heard that too, and
yeah, I think we're beating quite a few dead dogs right now. We're not getting anywhere, but I think that you might understand what we're talking about as far as the gambrel goes. It's up to you to get some more space.
I guess the one thing I could say is that the house is talked about as if it's falling down. It's not. Michael Branzel renovated that thing within an inch of his life. It was going to be a project in 3 phases, and he didn't do all the phases. And so the reason that the roof looks skimpy is because he didn't get to that phase. But there's a very renovated front door in that mudroom that was going to be exposed when the mudroom came off, but he didn't take the mudroom off because he wasn't prepared to do the siding. And so it's not a house falling down at all. It's a halfway, very fancy historic cape that's from the 1700s. So
It's very sad to see those photographs that were in here, which was pre-Michael owning the house. You know, the photographs with the building paper on that mudroom and the deck that is dangerous to walk on. I thought that those were rather sad photos. I don't know why they were included, but.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's the message back to these folks?
Where are we going?
What are they, are you good, Mike, for now?
yeah, you know, there were things that I
I'm
was
sorry.
there were things that I was not clear about, and that gave me clarity. And you know, I'm on Team Cape.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that. The microphone.
You have to use the microphone and
Introduce
you have
yourself.
to introduce yourself.
I'm Roz Grant. I live at 21 Walker Street, which is I'm not in a butter, but it's the same neighborhood. Christian Shores, which is supposed to be a historic neighborhood. I have a long history with that house because my husband lived there with 2 roommates at one point, many years ago. And I just feel like the changes that they want to make totally changes the character and the identity of that house, and I think that's a shame. I feel like, once again, it's people chipping away at Portsmouth's history, and I hope that you'll think about that, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Thanks for waiting. I hate to round it up and say that there is a majority that is feeling that it shouldn't be a Dutch colonial. Okay, so
So
there's
if
3.
you feel like the Dutch colonial, we're not wedded to that. If
so
you want
there's
us
4.
to
There's
do
4.
something like
It doesn't-
Reagan's recommendation, and make it more look like the neighborhood, we can easily do that. There's a way to go in there and
Is there?
and stand
we do
and bolster the walls up with LVLs to support a second floor. The foundation's there underneath it. That's what Mike built it out pretty robustly. So.
I think the reason why we pick the Dutch colonial is that so that the ceiling, the heights, like to be lower.
I understand.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be the Dutch colonial. I think that's.
I guess one thing to play with would be just like, what is the least amount that you could raise the roof as
Right.
it is now? I mean, there are what we call high-posted capes.
Right.
That are sort of a late style of cape that
Right,
has a
which, like,
better
I
second
actually
floor.
own one.
Like
Right?
this.
So it's still a story and a half.
It's a
not-
story and a half.
Well, that's going to be really important to get clarity here. So
Right.
you're not coming back with a 2.5-story structure because of
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to not bring this
So
forward.
is it still a cape to Camp Cape?
It's
If it's a knee wall cape?
Where do we see that? Where is it?
Right.
I don't even know anymore,
Give me an
dude.
address.
I always call them a short colonial, a
So
tall
you
cape.
live
That's
here in
so
one of those?
technical.
Where is it?
9 Walker Street in Kittery.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of those over there.
And it's 1860, so
So,
it's,
I mean,
We got the.
basically, could you take the form of what you've done and just take away the gambrel pieces? I don't know what that would look like. I mean, it's something to play with, to see
We're
like,
not
would it
architects.
still
Yeah.
reflect
Yeah, I can.
the cape form, but still be tall enough to get where you need? I don't know.
And you're probably, if you're doing that, and I'm not hallucinating on what that thing looks like, you're going to need a full shed dormer on the back if it's a story and a half, and probably some doghouse dormers on the front, like John said. I think if you put two full shed dormers, you might as well do a two-story flat roofed house. That's what it's gonna end up looking like.
I wouldn't say, two shed doors.
No, I said the opposite.
I agree
We need
with
the
you.
dormers
agreeing
on
with
the
me.
height.
All right,
For
And
both
the bathrooms,
sides, right?
yeah.
For the both
Okay.
sides.
not both sides.
We need it.
Doghouse dormers on one side and full shed the other. is
On the
what
front.
we
You'd
just-
rather have a gabled dormers on the front?
Yeah,
Doghouse dormers.
definitely, and the
What's
one
a
that's there
doghouse
is way
door?
too
Okay.
small. I mean, that could be removed. Isn't there one there now?
Just
Yeah.
roof gables.
But
Like
I-
this triangle?
Can I just?
Like what's there now.
Amy, I just want to throw this out for these guys to beat it down or say they'd consider it.
Thank you, Nick.
Because I got one on my own house.
So have those on the both sides?
Yeah, no.
Yes.
That's not gonna, but this thing isn't gonna work on both sides. I don't think
It's not-
there's.
it's ugly,
Two
yeah.
sheds don't work. It's
No.
like a triple decker in Boston, if you get to 3 levels.
What's the matter with triple decker?
They suck.
That's just a window.
What about the idea
But isn't
of
that just a window?
doing what I have?
Right?
Which
Yes,
is a
that's what a doghouse
recessed
dormer is.
shed dormer.
So we have one of them on there.
That gets you more headroom. The doghouse dormers are window monitors.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah.
they end up being, right?
Yeah.
And they're
They're
elegant,
good. Yeah.
but they're not particularly useful, in my opinion, on the inside.
Well, they don't produce a great deal of headroom.
Correct,
Right.
correct. They're elegant, and, I'm not against them. But I think doing a recessed shed dormer that's 3 feet up from the bottom, 3 feet, or a foot down from the top, and 3 or 4 feet in from the side is a good compromise and a good look. Not because I have one, but I started with 3 doghouse dormers and then put them together like that. You could also do 3 doghouse dormers with a recessed connector. So-
That's a maritime dormer.
All right.
What we just did to our
Y-
house.
Yeah, so like that. Where
How much
they're,
does that raise the roof, thinking?
that gets you essentially a shed. Yeah, that recessed
4
portion
feet.
can be as little as 6-8 inches to give you the look.
Sure.
All right, so there's a few options. But
How much
what?
does the ridge line
Poor
go up?
woman's lost now.
She's not lost.
How much does the ridge line go up by?
No, the ridge is going up with your
Ridge line
post
has to
whatever
go up.
cape thing.
Yeah.
The thing I can't see, but you live in
So
or
that will
work in.
give us what we need.
I work in it.
Yeah.
It's a tall cable.
It has, the knee walls are about
4 feet high.
4 feet.
Yeah, that's about what they are in my house.
Right.
Amy, you're
So
doing
it makes
offices upstairs, right? With like the bathrooms out?
Yes.
like, okay.
Yeah, so like Nine Walker, but
Yeah, in her
what
office,
he's
it's
talking.
over Kittery, if you go up the bathroom upstairs.
But then what you do under the eaves there is then you build out closets. You have a line of closets.
Yeah, we're fine
All
with
of a
that.
sudden,
Yeah.
you're at 6 foot.
Those?
Yeah, we're fine there.
Yeah. And that's what,
We saw one of these tonight. This is not the doghouse dormer solution, this is the shed dormer. This
Oh,
the
yeah.
Carpenter Gothic.
I have 5 windows in
Carpenter
mine
Gothic.
that's only 22
It's
feet
higher.
wide.
This
and I have
cape
5 double
form
hung
is
windows
underneath
in
When you
that.
say it's recessed, it's recessed.
Looking at the
back.
gable end,
Well, that
this
recess.
is, this is a cape
Hang on, I'll show you.
with a knee wall.
All right.
Because you can see the edge of the roof
But I
is
do
not
wanna
as
see
high
it.
as the top of the window, right? Keeps the ridge down,
But you give us what
there.
we
they give you a lot more, give you
Yes, I would call that.
Good enough.
I would still call that out.
That's a
probably,
recessed shed dormer.
I mean, I don't know,
That's
probably 50% more.
recessed connector
floor space
on
this
doghouse
guy.
dormers,
let me see.
right? So you can still have 3 of them go across the front of the building, but there's a connector that's
If they
recessed
continue to
between
accept that
them.
as a cape, then it's a
Essentially,
win
Like that.
for you. If they can get, because otherwise,
That's a wall,
they're
and
beating you
there's
with
a
a
window.
thing, and they're gonna win.
No, yeah. So as long as we can get the head height
And then a
in the
full shed
room,
on the back.
the shape of it,
Yeah.
whatever.
That's your-
No, I mean, like, if the cape, is what it is, then
Okay, I'll,
You don't, oh, they said
is it in here somewhere?
it only says that you can't put like boats in
It'll
the
work.
vector
And
of that
I'm going to
view.
send you a
You can't have
whole
any
pile of
plantings greater
pictures
than
from New Brunswick, Canada.
Yeah, we saw that.
Well, you
Cape.
did really
It was all in the text.
Yeah, there's another.
I can't believe with that,
So recessed,
Yes, but it wasn't
it seemed like it was a small thing.
just
Slip
connect
weight
it
on
all
the
the
seat.
way.
reasonable, and I understood the backstory.
Just don't look twice.
from the side.
All right, wait a minute. All right.
we've got to have a little order here.
'Cause if you're watching at home, you can only hear one person.
And it's really getting out of hand.
Slap happy.
Because I move to continue, will you continue this for a month?
Yes, for a month.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then the motion.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
So we're adjourned, so, but
Thank
if you
you
want
for
to
your
keep
time.
talking.